with those meetings?
Jay's and I, we know what we're doing now, man. We got
you got a system.
Oh, that's a good
to do with trees.
Yes,
and
it's scary sometimes when you go by.
Excellent web page on there if anybody wants.
Oh, okay. Very cool. And I want to make it taller. It's very
tall? Is it tall?
It's tall, but it's thin. So I thought, well, I'll just cut all the tops. But what I've been doing, not just the top, but each plants to thicken it in. It takes a long time.
I own the house.
That's really too bad.
I already did the I know it. Gee, you have to work this now, right?
Yeah.
You, did you get a chance to talk to Charles? Actually, Navy?
Oh, okay.
Bus train. And I'll get invited again.
Harbor Islands. You know, we did a match out in the beginning, like in 1950, when they were backing out of over the sidewalks. Sorry? No, I'm gonna print something for on that site over in the CRA. I know, they called me. They're going to be going to my office. I think it's a great idea that we do that. Because of one building.
This is February still. Oh, I told the mayor last night. Said
Have to wait for before
popped in.
he's going into.
I just wanted to bring it to his attention that
Where's
what I
Fran?
warned him about happened.
She's here.
If
Fran.
I hadn't said anything about that, you know, when I
The
read
Charles. Oh.
about, you know,
So right now it's looking like we'll just things like conservatives is the next one. Beginning of April 6th. So we don't have to
Mike, get your cup of coffee.
What happened to him?
I know he just dropped his stuff off.
Is he chatting back there?
I hope not. Let's go.
See, calling Michael Taylor. Calling Michael Taylor. Come to your post.
Front and center, there he is.
Michael.
I think we only got
Yeah, it moves up as it's high.
On this thing.
The PUD.
no, I.
Can you hear them?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I call the meeting for the Planning and Zoning Board of Wednesday, March 16, 2005. Would the Secretary please call the roll?
Mr. Jones?
Here.
Ms. Newman? Here. Mr. Taylor?
Here.
Mr. Villa?
Here. And now we proceed to the approval of the minutes for February 16.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to accept the minutes as written.
It's been so moved. Do I hear a second? Also second. Moved and seconded as written. Thank you very much. As we proceed, we have one deferral for public hearing 2004-64.
Did we need a vote on those minutes, or just an indication about?
Just as long as there's an agreement, I believe.
Did you say all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one's opposed? I believe there's a deferral for 2000.
You'll be adding another item, which is currently listed under your business requiring board action today. Public hearing number 2005-18. It's a certificate of use and a special exception for Stephen DeGrave. You'll be deferring that item due to the fact that there is a conflict noted by one of the board members, so we don't have quorum today. So we won't be able to hear that item until we actually have another board member appointed, which would make quorum for majority vote. I suggest that at the board's will and discretion, that the item be deferred until the next Planning and Zoning Board meeting, which is April 6th, to a date certain, so we don't have to re-advertise or notice this.
So 2004-64 is deferred indefinitely as per the letter from the applicant to Mr. LaPratt, and the 2005-18, the quasi-judicial item will be deferred to the next meeting.
To the next Planning and Zoning Board meeting in April, which would be April 6th.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Barring that then, which were the only two items on the agenda today, we proceed, I guess, with business from the audience. Anybody have anything in the audience? Any business from the audience? And any business from the Development Services Director?
No, sir, we'll move to the next one. We should be business enough.
Okay. And then from the Planning Administrator, we've got the PUD Code Change Revisions Workshop. So let's go ahead and get started on that, because it looks like we've got an internal package here.
We have an audience for it anyway.
Very good. Thank you.
I would actually like to defer that item for a little bit and let the business from the urban designer go first, because I think that'll be much faster.
Of course.
And we want to tie that up.
Thank you, Mr. Platt.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning.
Good morning.
Responding to Ms. Newman's request a few weeks back regarding increasing the requirements for the land development regulations, sort of the policy table that we have that we've been looking at for evaluating single-family homes where they come under the threshold of 7,500 square feet. There are two tables that are, I think, have been included as part of your package. There's a table that's revised on April 26, which is the smaller, the simpler table. And then there's the other table that says revised February 26, which has a lot more items included. What I have done is I went back and I looked over what we had initially done, and I think it was your request that we become a little more stern in allowing smaller lots and seeing how we could do that. And what I did is I thought that one of the places where we could really increase the requirements were basically in the landscaping area, where we would increase the landscape requirements as a function of smaller lot allowance. And also increasing and we've been seeing that a lot coming through, substantial numbers of two-story buildings as far as residential, a lot of emphasis on putting two-car garages on the part of the developers. So then basically moving all those requirements up to the lesser restrained category, which is a 6,250 square feet or greater, and making that the basis for allowing that smaller lot size, and also increasing then the landscaping requirements with 20% of the minimum allowed by code. So you would be doing a trade-off. You provide more landscape in order to have a smaller lot, and as your lots get progressively smaller, you increase the amounts of units that have two-car garages, that have 2 stories, and that have landscape. And you can see then that in the 80% we wrote a 25% increase of the minimum landscape, 40% on the 20% over 6,250, and then if you want to get over less than 6,250, then you have to increase your landscaping requirement by 50%. So that won't be that onerous, and they'll be picking up substantial number of units, and we'll be able to create a more attractive community. If you really look at a place like Coconut Grove, for example, there are a lot of small lots, and the landscaping makes really the difference. So I want to share that with the board, see what your comments were. And
My first question to you, Mr. Sanchez, is from your experience looking at different communities, how are different communities dealing with preserving the canopy while construction is going on, or having enough foresight to preserve parts of the canopy?
Well, I think the first thing they have to submit is an existing tree survey to show what's existing out there. And then within the tree survey, you list the different species, whether they're natives, whether they're exotics, a number of categories. And then you work with the developer and the urban designer, the planner, the engineer, to develop a plan that will preserve some, as many as you can, transplant them if you can, and then also replace them. So that's one way you're doing it initially when you're doing the initial layout. The other one is if you're doing a smaller subdivision, to have a tree removal permit. And then also to control the caliper, which I think the code does a caliper of the trees that are planted, and then have a landscaping plan, which we do here in the city of Homestead. So in effect, I don't think it's much different from what we do in the city of Homestead. And I think now there's a landscaping, Charles, there's a landscaping code enforcement officer that's going out and counting the trees. And correct, Charles?
That is correct. And your firm is actually contracted to do...
Charles Kennedy.
And I said B&A, his firm is also, we've signed a contract with them to upgrade the landscape code as well.
Absolutely, thank you. Right. So,
one of the things to keep in mind on the tree canopy is for the majority of land that has been or is currently under development or development review in the city, mostly agricultural land, it has little or no canopy whatsoever except what might be an existing tree nursery, and they are allowed to remove those trees for development. As we see every piece eaten up, we are starting to enter into other items. As a matter of fact, Marty and I were talking about an application that we've seen from an administrative level that quite possibly has implications with natural forest communities. So,
is our code strong enough to take, for example, if we have a vacant land that used to be a cornfield, It's fallow, there's nothing on there. Just the perimeter's got a few trees to preserve the topsoil. Do we have something in place to, if somebody comes in to build homes, that they just don't plant shrubs and one tree in the front yard and that's it?
Right, yes, we do. It requires street trees and those items. But that's why we also are having the landscape plan updated. Concerns from this board, as well as staff, we think that we can get, we're the tree capital of the country, where things come from. We might as well make ours more stringent so that they're used here, and we have a proliferation of that landscaping. So we have that lush landscaping that everybody so often talks about.
Sure. And I think Charles is raising a good issue in that once we have the new landscaping code in place, some of these requirements for increased landscape might not be applicable. Might not really be implementable in a lot of ways if we really increase the landscaping code the way we want to do it. So that's also something to keep in mind. So this might just be a stopgap measure while we get the landscape code upgraded.
Could you give me like a little more of a visual, like what is the landscape package now? It's the 2 trees and 3 bushes, and it'll increase to, I mean, what are we talking about here in numbers? And because I'm understanding increasing it, but to what?
We haven't settled on those numbers. It's not that cut and dry of 2 more trees or those type of things. A couple of things that we're looking at. I've talked with the city's beautification committee to outline certain streets in the city, so that if you're on a certain street, you'll have a certain type of tree. Like Campbell is all royals. Down the center, we want to have something on the side of those as well. If you go on Chrome Avenue, you're going to have royals and something.
So are you telling me that you want to increase the landscaping on the, is it what they call that, the swell?
Mainly on the arterial roadways.
So that's what it should say in here?
No. What he's talking about within the development as a whole, that 25% more than what's required now. So if we require 3 trees, 3 lot trees, 2 street trees, and 10 shrubs, go 25% over that.
Okay.
That's what
and this is just single family, no PUDs, no townhouses, condos, anything. Strictly, that's single family.
Absolutely.
All right. One of the comments I was thinking, looking at this over, when we talk about 25% 2-story units, do you think it would be also applicable to say like 25% 1-stories with 2-car garages in there? Because we're not seeing that product where we're seeing a 1-story with a 2-car garage very often.
Right.
We see a 1-story with no garage and 1-story with 1 cars. And I'm not seeing that product very often because I don't see it in here. I'm wondering if...
Well, Ms. Newman, if I may interject, we're requiring garages on every unit.
Right, I understand. But when you see the floor plans come through with the 1-stories,
right,
you are seeing only 1-car garages mostly.
Right, but also if you look at I think it's like 1, 2, 3, the 4th line down, for example, on the on every one of them, we're requiring now that if say you have 100 units, okay, out of the 100 units, if you have a certain size, you need 25% with 2-car garages, even if they're 1-story. Or you have
Where do you see that at? I don't remember seeing that 1-story.
You see where it says, for example, 80% of 60 to 50. If you look down, 40% of units with 2-car garages.
Right.
So in effect, if they're 1-story, you would have to have...
But if it's 25% 2-story units...
I see what you mean. Yeah, you're right.
Should we say under a minimum 25% 1-stories?
You're right. That's something, but because I see your point now. It's because you could deduct the 25% to 2 stories, and you basically have 15%.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying is that they're building all 2 stories and not that many 1-stories.
They could load the 2 stories with only 2-car garages, then have basically 15% of the units 1-story with 2-car garages.
What happens also then when we're talking about, when we get these exceptions where the building comes up to the sidewalk and there's only like 10 feet, I mean, you're not going to be able to...
You're talking about PUDs there. This is strictly single family.
This is strictly for single family.
Right, and I think we've been pretty stringent in not allowing any buildings less than 20 feet from the sidewalk.
Right, in the single family.
Or in the townhomes, basically to address the issue of parking. So that's been...
So do you think adding another little...
I think that's something that could be looked at, and perhaps...
I'm just thinking is that they're not getting that message that,
If it's market driven.
But I'm saying there is a secondary market, it's just not often.
Also what we've been seeing is a response to the market on the part of the developers, and sometimes the market will address those issues. So it's a good question. I think we should really think about it.
Well, maybe I was thinking that there would be a nice to have in there, or something that says to them also, one stories with two-car garages, or is a second market.
Maybe what we can do is begin at, say, 25% like we did for the two-story units, for single-story with two-car garages, and then increase it progressively.
Exactly.
Why zone is being put on single-family homes? Why are we not also looking at, for example, if you fly over Homestead 20 years from now, you have all the condominiums and cluster homes with just shrubs, and from an aerial view, you see shrubs in front of buildings, and then single-family homes will have a nice, lush canopy. Why is it that we're not taking into account just cover in general?
Mr. Villa, what we were looking at here were the single-family homes, and I think that's something perhaps we could address as we come into the PUD discussion later on. This is just for the single-family, and if you, just to refresh your memory, go back a little, we did this table to sort of normalize the different variances, because people were coming in and there was really no set guidelines.
Right. When we sent them to the urban designer, you needed to have some guidelines.
Right, so we could be fair to everybody and there would be no apparent...
I've got one question, Mr. Will. Please, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, and that is something that's going to be handled with the updated landscape code. We do require the trees and shrubs in multifamily as well, but as you get closer to the street, it gets difficult to have that unless you have cutouts. You put them in, and that's something we'll address in the landscape code that's not currently.
Okay.
Charles, are we going to make sure that all these trees are planted? I mean, before CO or something like that?
We are.
Because I've seen projects that I personally see how many trees supposed to be there. I don't see it. So I'm just asking you now.
That's why we put on board a zoning inspector that looks at landscaping and those items. So if they're not, the individual developer is notified at a later date as they do repeated inspections and have to put the trees in, and they're also measured for. We've had some that have had to be removed and replanted with other trees.
Okay.
So we're trying to catch all of that we can, and when this board says we want pavers, and they agree to pavers, and it turns out to be asphalt, they get a letter on that too and have to put in the pavers. So we're trying to catch all of those things. It's been with the volume, it's been a little difficult, but we've had to hire and dedicate one person that does that, and it's unfortunately a part-time individual. But
Charles?
Yes,
you
sir.
had one thing to that too, to address your concern, Mr. Taylor, because again, it came from the board and we hired this person to do that. Well, we've instituted, like Charles says, go back and check, et cetera. We've also instituted, over the past month and change, I think, that no COs will be issued until after Randy has seen it and is comfortable that it has been done or been addressed, then the CO will go. In the past, the CO and the landscape have kind of been disconnected. Now we're making it as it should be, part of the reason for the CO, or part of the thing you need for your CO. Now again, in some of the older spaces, we are going to be catching up, and that's going to take time. But anything that's getting COs now has to have Randy's approval first.
Here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, looking at the landscape modifications to this, there's various amounts of increases, 20%, 25%, 40%, 50%. Can this be met in size or number, or simply in number?
You raise a very good issue. If you increase the caliber of the trees, can that be met? I would say no. I'd rather just see more trees.
The number.
In number than... And we've seen experiences here. For example, we had a subdivision come through, I think it was last week or the week before, on Farm Life Road, where they had a park, and one of the comments was that the park was very sparsely landscaped. Well, this is a clear case where that additional landscape could be dedicated to certain public functions within the project and make very lush and attractive. So I would rather go with the numbers rather than the caliper or the size or the shrubs or whatever. So I think it's very important. Also, another point that Tim and Charles have mentioned is that we should make this single-family table applicable to the PUD. So that, for example, we have a PUD coming through, and it isn't really very onerous on the developer. It's very, very straightforward and simple. So I think it's something that we should make, and perhaps from this meeting on, any other project that has a PUD that comes in front of the board should meet this requirement for single family.
I would certainly agree with that, especially some of these cluster developments in the PUD desperately need something like this.
And also make sure that somewhere in the language, we don't have that for X number of units, X number of trees, and what the developer does is it puts all the trees in the green areas and then nothing in the rest of the development.
Yeah, and really the catch for that is this is a template that Alfredo uses to grant administrative variances. If they try and do that, he just will not recommend that variance.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez, in the 100% or 7,500 square foot lot thing, you have none is right. How come can't we put some more stuff on that one about the landscaping and the garages too? Can you, because I'm thinking if you're going to do a 7,500 square foot lot and then, okay, now I don't have to add a garage, now I don't have to add landscaping, now I don't have to do this, no, I don't have to do that. They be under some of the same rules, even though the 7,500 square foot lot.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow you. I'm sorry, you're talking about the 7,500 square foot lots?
Right. Even though they're under 7,500 square foot lots, which is our minimum, why can't we push into more landscaping and stuff there?
Right now, it's an as-of-right development, so you can't make any, we can always ask, but you can't make it a policy to increase over the code standards. We can change code, which is what we're doing with the increasing the landscaping and those items.
But we can't insist that on a 7,500 square foot lot or larger too? So they could build on a 7,500 square foot house, no garage, no landscaping, nothing.
Well, they have to do the landscaping as required by code.
Which is the 2 trees and 3 bushes.
Yeah, well, 3 trees and 6 bushes.
Whatever.
Yes.
I'm just saying is that seems to me that size lot should also have to do some of these things.
But under code right now, it's an as-of-right lot, so to make, these are kind of the carrot or the stick
right, I understand.
item.
I understand.
And with that, it's an as-of-right, and they can do exactly what code is, and that's the bare minimum. We can strengthen code. I don't think that this is a place for it. You would have to wrench down code as opposed to put it in a policy, because they'll just look at him and say, this has a right, I don't need any variances from you, so see you later.
Okay. Put down as suggested.
Yeah. But I think that, yeah.
It'll make it look better.
But I think when we readdress the landscape code and those items, that's the area to do
okay, because I'm just thinking that they're not having to do anything.
Well, and you'll see some answers to that in the PUD situation. Okay. So.
Okay, and then are we going to be allowed to ask this to be attached to the PUD code thing today or not?
That's one of the things that Alfredo was going to address.
Right. I think we should attach it to the PUD code.
So we're allowed to talk about that today and do that?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, again, this is not code, this is policy.
Okay.
This board and council has adopted the previous one as policy, this one will just come in, you'll just adopt it as policy and we'll move it to council as policy. It's not a code, it's just a policy, a guideline to go by. Okay. So we don't have to open up and re-amend code or anything, this is just a policy for him to follow as he grants administrative variance, or recommends the granting of administrative variance. If we're going to
put something in about 1 stories, do we need to have him come back next month with that recommendation before we do something with this, or what?
I think we'll probably just do it right now.
We can do it now?
Yeah. I think so. And
I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that.
No, I concur. I think
and I think perhaps
just putting it down there makes them more notice it more.
I think perhaps the wording should say 50% of either 1-story or 2-story units should have 2-car garages. I mean, 40, whatever percent we have in each category.
I would like to see that a minimum 1-story.
Well,
percentage.
Right, and my comment was, what we're doing, the wording says 40% of units,
Right.
either one story, for one story and two story, top models will have two-car garages.
Okay.
So in effect,
But that means that they could have 1% one stories and 39%.
no,
stories.
they'll have to have, of the 25% of the, usually the market will drive this, but of the 25% of the two-story units, they'll have to have 40% of those with two-car garages. And of
So that would be the 15%.
No. Well, that would be basically 10% of the 25-story units. Okay?
10% of what?
For example, if you look at 80% category, the third category, if we write 40% of the units with two-car garages,
Right.
40% of the one-story units and two-story units with two-car garages, then you go back down and you look at the 25% requirement for two-story units. That would mean that you have 10 units out of the 25%. So if you have 100 units, you have 25 units that will be two stories.
Right.
And if we say 40%, then
To be two stories.
that will be 10 units, two stories with two-car garages. I don't know if you find that acceptable.
I
Or you want
don't
it
even,
more?
I don't even see that.
Okay, you want...
We have 100%, and the 40% of them have to have two-car garages. So out of 100, that would be,
Well, you have 100% of the units.
that would be 40.
You have to say you have 100 units.
Right.
You have 25% with two stories, and then you have 75% with one story.
Right.
Out of the 75%, you multiply that by 0.40, and you got basically 30 units out of the 75 with two-car garages, which is somewhat less than 50%, of course, 40%. And then you have out of the 25%, the 25 units with two-car garages, you have a requirement for 10 units the 25 units with two stories, you've got a requirement of 40% of that, which would be 10 units.
Okay.
Two-car garages.
Okay.
Right. Well, we can see,
Okay, and that would be one story.
Right, and then one story will be 30 units out of the 100.
Out of 100?
Right.
Okay.
And usually what we've been seeing is that most of the two-story units, they come in with 100% with two-car garages.
Right.
People who buy a two-story unit will have a two-car garage. Sometimes, right.
Sometimes. Okay, so we can add that into all those categories?
Absolutely, and then increase it progressively as we move along, though.
Okay, so just that it's there for them to see that.
Right.
Do you think?
Yeah.
You guys have a comment about that, David?
That would make more sense.
I thought that was good.
Okay.
It lends some definition where there really wasn't definition before.
Right. And it'll make a more attractive community because you have a lot more variance of unit types, and so I think that's something that's worthwhile.
So you think that's workable then?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I don't think it's any problem. I mean, you see a lot of communities with 50-foot lots and they have two-car garages and they work very well.
Sure.
So that's not a problem. And there'll be a variety since we're going 40%, 50%, and that should be fine.
Okay.
And the market will respond to a lot of this in another sense.
I think with what Mr. Taylor says, that it's market-driven. I think
financial
keeping these
hardship.
percentages, right, exactly.
Financial hardship, I mean, I like it, but I mean, it's going to have to be market-driven. I mean, and financial hardship, these contracted developers who say that bad, so we got to be cognizant, about how we...
I think we've discussed that also before. I think, and you're right, it will increase somewhat the price of houses. And then, but if you're packing more houses in, then you also might be able to create a better community.
Yes.
And as land becomes more scarce in Homestead, and I think we're reaching that point now.
Homes become more expensive.
More expensive.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about.
Okay.
As far as affordability.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Any questions?
Do we need to do anything? Yes, do we need to vote or anything?
Do we need
Is this just, since they're recommendations, do they go on then to, once again, get called to?
These recommendations will move to council, probably committee of the whole. It won't go to a council meeting, just go to committee of the whole as a discussion item and let them say yes, they wanted this policy, or no, and do they want changes, and that would be all.
So these suggested changes today will go to council and then be revised, and they will see it?
Yes.
And proceed, okay.
Absolutely.
And
we'll do a memo with it that these changes come from discussions with the board, and looking for council support for the policy direction. So that will be it.
Charles, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
for you. Go ahead. Are you still working on some of these code changes right now, as we speak?
Every day.
Well, okay, well, I mean, why couldn't we, suggestion that Susan come up with for the trees are concerned and now, like, can we make that one of the, make that one of the code changes instead of,
Well, the trees, as she suggested, B&A is actually doing a revision of our entire landscape code.
okay.
So that will be included in there. We have the minimum code on landscaping required by the county, and many other cities increase it above that, and we feel we should too, especially since 90% of the trees used are grown here. So, so we would like to see that increase.
And when you leave this land bare, we're closer to the ocean, the wind's gonna blow.
That's correct.
Silicosis and dust, so we gotta keep that, we gotta be very cognizant about that.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you. I guess we can proceed now with the Business and Planning Administrator, the PUD Code Change Revisions Workshop.
Was there any other business before we start this?
That's a good question. Anybody else? On the board? Anybody?
Just, if there's any other agenda items you want to move forward before we get into this? This might take a while.
Is there supposed to be?
I'm sorry?
Is there supposed to be?
No,
I think we'll just go get.
I was just doing a courtesy.
Do you want to do a business from the public or anything first?
No.
before you? No.
We'll have plenty of business after we do this.
Okay. So go ahead and get started, because it looks like we've got... Yeah.
Okay. Chairman, members of the board, per the request of this board and council, we have readdressed the PUD code, including in it many items, and hopefully we've caught every item that people have had concerns over within this new code change. As you know, our existing PUD code is almost entirely made up of code from 1975 and a little bit later, all drafted with regard to the Villages of Homestead DRI. So it was due for an overhaul. What I would like I know that we have a large audience for this one item, and I would like to request from them that any suggestions that they have, that not only I'm sure they're going to raise them here at this meeting, but if they could provide them to us in writing in a bulleted format, not some long winding dissertation or legal letter, but just a bullet format citing the specific code section and either the problems with it or recommended changes to it. So it makes it easier for us as we go through this process to keep track of those. So,
Does that mean they have paper now to do that? Is that what you're asking?
No, they can do it at any time.
Okay.
This is just a workshop. This is not here for a vote today.
Okay.
This is here for a workshop. We'll see this hopefully at the next meeting for a vote. So if they could provide that to us, by middle of next week, then that gives us something to work with.
What's the timeline that you see? We're going to have this workshop today, look this over. Give us an idea, a brief encapsulation of how this is going to proceed, so that everybody in the audience has an idea of when they might need to bring letters and bulleted changes, proposed changes, etc.
Points.
Our feeling on this item will be, it's a workshop today at this meeting. It will move to a committee of the whole item for the council on the 29th of March. Then we'll be here for a regularly scheduled board meeting on the 6th for a vote in this meeting. If you would like to see it again before the 6th, then I would suggest you look at having a special call, because we'd like to keep on a timeline to get these things done. And what I would like to see is, since we have a calendar 29th, where I want these in the, I don't think we'll see any changes with regard to their remarks unless this board decides to incorporate them until after this is seen by the committee of the whole.
And when is that?
The 29th. But I would like to have as much of their input as I can by at least the 22nd, 21st or 22nd.
And then once it goes on the 6th for us for a vote, then it goes to council after having passed the committee of the whole, us, and then the council at the meeting after the 6th.
Exactly.
Of April.
The committee of the whole is not a required meeting, but it happens to fall in between this meeting and the next, and it's a good informational item so that when we get into a council meeting, it doesn't get as, hopefully it's all hashed out by then and we can go to a
So
vote.
people should make sure that they have these comments before the 29th of the month, which gives them about another 14 days.
I would like to have them no later than the 22nd.
Okay.
Which is 3 working days. Well, there's 3 working days. I'm sure they already have their comments in their heads right now.
Do you mind if I just chime in here and discuss this process just for a second?
If it's all right?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's go.
I got this last night at 5 o'clock, and we've read it, and I think the more productive way of handling this is for Charles and Susan and whoever else in their department to give us an hour or two, and we can put them in bullet points afterwards, but without a give and take, without the opportunity to sit down and explain a position, hear a retort, and maybe come to some consensus, or at least walk out of the room with an understanding of, okay, they agree with this and they don't agree with this. I think us just putting our comments down in writing is too stilted a process. We're too important a player in this process, I think, just to have written comments, and we'd appreciate an hour or two of your time in the next, any time that you wish. And
do you have a list of comments now?
We got this at 5 o'clock last night. I mean, I'm prepared to speak in general terms, but I don't think it's productive to go into specific, I mean, we have 24 picky comments, some of them large, some of them small, but some of them I think we can sit down and talk to the staff and show them how it works in the real world. They'll either agree or disagree, and we don't have to air it out here until we know if the staff agrees or disagrees.
Well, maybe since this is a workshop and everybody's here, I think sitting around a round table, I think it wouldn't be that bad if you were to interject anything that...
We'll talk about it today, but we'd like the opportunity, rather than having to write something down, that the staff will review by themselves and then either incorporate or not incorporate. I think it's just more productive. Well, they've always met with us in the past.
I want to make sure that we'll all take showers. The loop either. I mean, if you know what I'm saying, if we make some recommendations today as a board, I don't want to have come behind us on the 6th and have it appear completely different as a result of comments. I'd like to, for it to be a give and take today so that we all kind of come to some
consensus.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be enough discussion as we go through this. That, yeah, please.
And you'll feel out, but maybe some of our comments will bring yours up.
When did you all get it?
Mr. Chair?
I got it Monday afternoon.
Okay. Right. Very good.
Mr. Chair?
Okay. Let's go.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I got a question. Charles, when you said you want the bullet points and all that stuff, I mean, do you want the bullet points so you could see what the problem is, so you bring it back to us so we could have a discussion then?
That's correct.
Or you want to you don't want, I mean, you want to give them time to, but I'm reading what you're saying. I don't know if Mr. Coker read that, but you want the bullet points to see what topics need to be discussed. You could discuss it, they could be back here, have a special call meeting. Is that what you were saying?
That's what I meant. I think maybe Mr. Coker misunderstood. He came in halfway through.
You see, I know what you was trying to say. You should have just came out and said, I know you guys get a package late, So make the bullet points, and then we come back and we discuss it.
I expected them to be fully involved in this meeting today, but what I don't want them to think is that they're going to say something at this meeting, and I'm going to go listen to tapes later and have to review all that. If they have specific points, not only should they make them at this meeting and through discussions, but they should write them down if they want them to be considered. That's all.
And I think maybe...
I'm not going to go through and listen through tapes and tapes and tapes to hear, well, maybe they said this or maybe they said that. I just want whatever you have at this meeting or subsequent meetings to be written down, Mr. Coker. Is that too much to ask?
No, as long as you give us the time for a meeting.
Points, a bullet, yeah.
Face to face, we're fine.
That's it.
Are you the point man on this, Charles?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe in the interim, between now and the next time, if there's some changes, you have, I think, all of our emails. It wouldn't be that difficult to attach this to
That's
an email.
that's correct.
And just send and say, hey, this is what's going on. Would that be all right with feedback like that, or does it have to be, is it a sunshine?
Mr. Chair, it would be possible for the city staff to email each of you an updated version of the ordinance. You cannot reply to that email or have any kind of dialogue, but we could certainly distribute it to you. And I hear your concern that you don't want to show up on April 6th and see something completely unfamiliar.
Correct.
So perhaps what you might advise staff is that what you want to see on April 6th is the implementation of what is decided here today. There may be a secondary document that shows, you know, little excerpts of, here's a place where the developers and their representatives have met with us and they'd like to consider this language, and then we can take those one by one, but you would have the base document that would be familiar to you and would reflect your input.
Right. Very well said. Thank you, Councilor.
Yeah, and I almost envision that we'll probably have to have a special call to discuss this again before that April 6th meeting.
Probably, especially if it changes a lot in, you know, in scope, because I know there's a lot of underlined.
But there's only a week between the 29th and the 6th, so I'm not sure when there would be time for a special meeting. I think, wouldn't it rather be that if we can't get through it on the 6th, it may carry over to the next Planning and Zoning Board meeting?
And that's possible as well.
That I would hope that would be the case. If on the 6th it still looks like the soup is not finished, I'd rather it come up on the 29th if the soup is not finished. But on the 6th, it come before us once again to kind of hone it down, finish it, and then.
Because we also need to account for the fact that the CAL may give us some specific guidance.
I'm quite certain.
And I'm sure that staff is going to want to include the CAL's guidance in the base document.
And then come back to us, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we you know,
turn that around is probably the minimum that we.
Yeah, there'll be public comments from this meeting and from the CAL.
So I think that'll satisfy some of the fears that the developers have, that this will be snowballed and pushed all the way through. I think this is a cooperative effort on the part of everyone to make sure that this is amenable to every single person that has to abide by it. So I hope the process takes enough time.
And code changes are not done in a vacuum, as we all know. They go through several public hearings.
Okay.
Yeah, because Charles, I was wondering what's the expediency of the rush for? I mean, to get this through on the 6th or something like that. I mean,
we don't have to get it through on the 6th. It's just there has been a request that we move this along.
Okay.
By the person that was at the microphone earlier. So.
Okay.
but if we. And council has wanted to see this. I know that this group has wanted to see it.
Yeah, it's been going on for a while.
But we want to make sure that there's ample opportunity for everybody to comment. And I want everybody to understand that when I ask for their comments to also be in writing, that leaves a documented trail so we're all well aware, and I can include those in the packets. I can present that to council. I can present it to this board. Instead of this statement that floats out in the middle of nowhere, you know, it will actually be attached and people can see those items. So I think it's actually much better for them to have something in writing.
I agree. This is a fact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was about ready to finish there.
Go ahead. Let's see if we proceed.
All right. you see mostly you really see underlining and very little strike through because we've pretty much ditched the existing PUD code and created a new one. We start first with definitions. I don't know if anybody needs explanation of those definitions. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. If anybody has any questions on the definition section, I'll answer them, but I don't know that I need to go line by line on those definitions. Susan, do you have any?
And Charles, you might just want to remind the board that they saw a version of this last summer.
Yeah.
And it's not all brand new. Maybe we can highlight the parts that are different for them.
Yes, if you would, please. I think it would expedite matters.
Then we move on into the application procedures. This is just some housekeeping items.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Chairman, I have a question about that. In item number B, this is map of PUD district with contiguous areas shown thereon for a distance of 600 feet. I'm thinking that we have had so many cases come to us where nobody knows about what's going on. I think 600 feet is not enough distance to know what's continuously around. I would like to see that increased to a minimum of 1,000 feet so that we have a better idea, because 600 feet just doesn't give us enough of an area to know what else is going around, unless you have other thoughts about that.
No, that's fine.
I think 1,000 feet, taking into account that maybe there might be a school nearby and there might be liquor possibly being sold there and things like that, I think it would give us a better idea of, I think 1,000 feet might work a little better since we use 1,000 feet in so many other parts of the code.
But even if there's even liquor, there's a code that say you can't buy a liquor establishment within X amount of feet. So I mean,
But it's almost like trying to figure out where this is in relation to everything else. And 600 feet is not, and 1,000 may not be enough either, but at least it would give me a little bigger across the street and what's around the other side there. Because sometimes now that we're filling in more, you're trying to figure out what's it next to. And 600 feet just doesn't seem like enough to do that. I don't know, am I off the mark there with that?
No, I think that's...
I think perhaps, I think you're right in increasing the area to 1,000 feet, but I think perhaps the wording that we need here is to add the word a context map, that illustrates surrounding uses,
Is the context mean that they actually write what it is around there?
Right, usually a context map, right, identifies all the, something...
Yeah, what I heard you say was that it's really the vicinity map.
Well, it's something
sometimes they're very rudimentary.
When they come around to us now, what are you, but I'm always asking, what are you next to? What are you next to? What are you next to? Because you're trying to figure out how the whole thing's going to go. And I don't know if 600 feet is big enough. Maybe 2,000 feet is what it should do. I don't know, but something 600 just doesn't do it.
The staff report always has that grid that you will always know the surrounding comp plan designations.
But we don't really know the
zoning designations and existing land uses. Those are all in the table. You may want more detail, but that's one place to look.
Right, I understand. But I just think that it's just not enough. I'd like to know what's 1,000 feet is not that much more, but it would certainly be enough to touch maybe something else that's around. And the content would be, I'd like to see if they mark what are those subdivisions or what those things are around, rather than just having only it's zoned,
We can add that language, yeah. The 1,000 feet is also, as Mr. Taylor alluded to, a number, and Mr. Avila alluded to, a number that is used in code now for liquor establishments next to schools, those type of things. So actually, it's next to churches. Liquor establishments next to schools is 400 feet, but churches is 1,000 feet. So that is a number that's already used in there.
Good. That's my only comment about that.
No issue with that, yes. But I think those items on the application procedure, there were minor changes. I don't know, other than that, is there any questions on that one particular section?
I also have another question. On number item E, names of the persons owning the property subject to the applications. Oh yeah, and persons. When you have a corporation, and my question I guess is, if you have a corporation, do they need to just name the corporation? Do they need to name the principal owners of that?
Right now, we just take the corporation names, but now there are signature pages in the applications for cost recovery and other items where a corporate officer must sign.
Okay, so say that, I'm sorry.
We don't have a requirement that every individual in that corporation is named. Is that something you would like to?
Well, I would know who the players are, unless I don't know if that's something I could ask or not.
What it is, the corporation is the entity that's created to purchase or owns the property. They're the applicant.
Right.
Now, what Charles has said is that in the documentation, there are corporate officers who sign. Right. That give approval for the application. So we have those names to go back on cost recovery. But it's either whoever owns the property or whoever, there's a signature page for the owner of the property. A lot of times there'll be a representative who is acting on behalf of the owner, so we have that name as well, so we know who the players are. So you always know who the underlying property owner is and who is representing the property owner through the process.
Is that something we can find out, asked to be added in there, though?
It is currently.
The corporation is, but what she's asking about is disclosing
the principal officers
who's in the corporation, and that would not be unprecedented. I'm familiar with other cities that do require.
Because it would be really nice to know if there's a player that has an interest and we don't know about.
The principal representative of the corporation. She's asking for everybody who's on the board.
I'm just asking if that's something that would, because that would help if you knew who the players were, and if there's somebody that's in the audience that has an interest and we don't know that.
You don't think it would choke up the process?
No, it's just on the application form. There'd be a place to fill in.
Okay.
It's part of the authorization form in some of the other cities I work in.
But isn't
So the
that
other cities are doing it.
But isn't that the reason why they form a corporation? So some of the players won't. I mean, don't even want to disclose their interest if they.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why they probably want to work as a corporation, but we would be speculating for an individual.
Okay. But if we're talking at Sunshine, I was reading recently about internet access to records on the internet.
The corporate officers is a public.
Corporate officers, public matter, yeah.
So we could get that added to us.
Special.
Okay.
Can I recommend that we add that to our information?
But let me just touch on that a little bit more here. I assume that there would be some limitations on the number of people involved, such as those which hold a corporate...
the officers.
The officers or...
What you could find if you went to the state website for corporations, the people who are the directors and officers of the corporation.
But is it still not possible that there could be a major shareholder in there, and really a primary person, who is not, may not be one of the corporate officers?
Well, I don't know if you want to go beyond the people who are in charge of the corporation. I think that's what's feasible and appropriate for you.
Just so we know if there's an extra interest in there that we would, I don't have time to go and look it up, every single corporation up. If it was provided with the application, then I would know if there was an interest by somebody that we should know about. And I don't care if it's Sunshine or whatever reasons.
No, Sunbeams.
So then we would say the name of the person owning the property.
Persons and or corporations with their directors or whatever, I guess, huh?
Corporate officers.
Pardon me?
Corporate officers.
Corporate officers. Okay.
You have that. Okay.
Charles, you have a comment about any of those pages?
No, I thought maybe...
Item J, why was that removed?
I have a question.
I'm sorry?
Item J on page 7?
Because we added in, we took out J.
Yeah.
And that was done because we added, let me see.
Should it have been incorporated into like H?
I'm trying to remember, this is one of the ones that was done in the summertime. I believe it's incorporated somewhere else, and that's why it was stricken from there.
Okay.
We also have I, which is location of ties all principal utility systems.
And lakes, canals, and waterways, that would be included back earlier where you were talking about you mentioned an open space before where you mentioned waterways in the definition used as
well, we have
open space shall include water bodies to the extent provided herein. So
well, that's a little bit different. We have, if you look at F, we changed that to surrounding uses, roadways, and easements, which is on page 6.
Okay.
And we have the location of various land uses. If you look at H, it's the general location of existing and proposed roadways.
Okay.
Then you have the principal ties to utility systems. Then you have location of all open public areas and public ways.
Is there anywhere where we have impoundment areas?
Not impoundment areas. We have waterways under K, about maintenance of.
I'd like a clarification from legal counsel. Impoundment areas, is that an antiquated term to be used in this code, or is that why we're scratching it out? Do we really even need it?
That's really a water engineering term. I don't know if I could say whether it's antiquated or not. I mean, it's a water holding area, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's how I would understand it.
So that would be included now in our drainage in the lakes and...
Yeah, I know that staff, I don't know if it was the consulting firm or in-house staff, they were the ones who asked us to take this out, and I don't remember exactly the rationale for it.
So maybe you can ask about that again.
Well, to tell you the truth, I can't remember the rationale on it either. This was, 8 months ago. I think it was John Lindgren.
That's why Marty doesn't remember.
Yeah.
That's why Marty doesn't remember.
So this was teased out and incorporated into other paragraphs?
We'll find where that's incorporated, and if it's not, we'll put it back in. It's not an issue.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Okay, we've changed the scale drawings to 60 feet. That's more of a scale that is agreed upon by the architects in the room.
Good, that's good.
Yeah, that'll make the scale
readable.
Yeah.
One of the things we did add on page 8 was the location of structures, proposed land use, and design regulations, which they've got to show maximum density, building height, lot coverage. Those items have to be shown.
Mr. Chairman, on page 8, 7B, I see that you're requiring the director of the development services to certify certain things, and you remove the designee. Would it be good to leave that in there, or I'm just not sure why you removed that, because we do have designees in other portions of the code.
I don't think it would affect any designation of any task, would it? The code? If you don't put it in there, if he was to designate it to one of his subordinates, that would not go against the code, would it? If we were to remove it?
Well, I know in other areas of code, and I think here the definition says director or his designee.
Or his designee. Yeah. Part of this process was to clean and to get rid of unneeded verbiage throughout this, because there were several places in the ordinance that were inconsistent as far as the Director of Development Services or Director. So what you'll see is that it's consistent now throughout this document, and so most everything is referred to the Director of the Department of Development Services.
So all this says that he chops on it before it comes across. It's basically what it is. He could designate it to his staff.
Correct.
As long as it comes across his desk and his signature's on it, it goes by the...
Director is defined in the Chapter 30 definitions to include the designee.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. On page 9, under 11, there's a time limit that's been established. The site plan shall be submitted with a 1 year, the master development plan, except that there are, time limits or time extensions can be granted.
So it's gone from 335 to 365 in 1/4 days.
Yes, basically. And of course, these developments can submit a time. They're supposed to submit a time phase for development, so that's also incorporated in there.
Okay.
And then we have the unified site plan requirements and review. Again, go to the 60 feet, and we corrected some of the language under H for firefighting apparatus, drive aisles, and parking areas. And we have some statements on public lands, and that goes back to the chapter 25 is our platting section. That's also so to get the conveyance there. Then most of these are just housekeeping changes on how we deal with changes to the approved site plan, those items. Some of these were already seen by this group in the previous iteration of this, and some of the code changes, but the minor changes to it.
Charles,
Yes.
would it be applicable in this section to, like under item number 3B, or somewhere in there, to talk about when they give the site plan, to around their site plan, give the names of the developments that are around, the subdivisions that are around or attaching to it? Would that be something that
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about under 3B. Location of property in the form of a city diagram showing adjacent properties and uses, including the location of all water bodies and roads. What would really be helpful also in that site plan is to know what subdivision it's butting up to, and then that name of that subdivision, if it's already got something, so that we can start making sense in our head what it is butting up to. Or maybe even a little bit of the outline how those lots butt up to this particular site plan.
And it would also allow us to see any safety issues with regards to overcrowding and access to emergency personnel and things, so that we would have a better idea of the impact.
Well, if you remember when we first started this,
the context map, is that going to take care of it?
You have 1,000 feet from that context map.
And that would actually name or show us where those lots are butting up, how they're butting up together. For example, when the development came for Eastlake,
yes,
and Eastlake had 7,500 square foot lots, and the development that was going to butt up there, what it was going to have small lots, and we had the neighborhoods come. Well, had we seen a map that showed where Eastlake was versus what the new development was coming, we could have easily picked that up, This way we had to ask and try to pry it out and figure out where we were. If it said Eastlake and it kind of had a little bit of the lines of where that butting up property, this lot sizes, it would have been a lot easier to see that. I don't know if this is the right section for it or if that's proper or not.
The change we talked about previously with the 1,000 feet, that was in the preliminary sketch plan section of our code, which is something that you only do in relation to PUD. What we're looking at now is the unified site plan procedure for everything. So I don't think they're the same, and if you want to make similar changes here, it would be appropriate.
So similar changes as to
concerns
about context map for 1,000 feet? Yes, I would love that, if that's something we can insert in there. Again, the more visual for us to see, the better decisions we can make.
And I think it would make it more consistent from one to the other.
And also it might help the developer, because they had to go back and do major changes as well to help satisfy the homeowners in that situation, in which I guess they did. So what would that be in there? Did I just add it in there?
Instead, maybe we should change from vicinity diagram back to context, or context diagram, or the same thing?
The 1,000 feet.
Within that,
And I want to see that where this little bit of their drawing over their lots are butting up to it. You know, not the whole subdivision, just the ones that butt up.
Some people are more graphically oriented, and, you know.
I need to see the visual, exactly.
Right.
I'm sorry. Could I make a comment?
Sure, please.
After the comma, after uses, or before the comma rather, just put out to 1,000-foot diameter.
Where are you?
The same B.
Page 10, 3B, location property in the
uses.
form of a vicinity
Okay.
diagram showing adjacent properties and uses out to 1,000-foot radius, period, or comma.
That'll do it.
Are you also saying in there, Tim, that the naming, I want the naming of that subdivision too?
We could do both.
Yeah.
We do both.
Because that's, you know, we're going to the point now where we know a lot of these names and what's there. It's that filling in that we need to help, what's between.
For the record, that was Tim Williams, Williams Agriculture.
We know his voice.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. Mr. LaPlante?
Yes, okay, sorry. Trying to remember which page I was on.
We're on 11.
No, I don't know, 10, page 10.
Really, I was at 12.
Damn.
I'm not really going line by line on these unless there's a specific question, so I was...
Well, let us know, we follow you.
Yeah, I'm on 12 now,
Okay.
unless there's a question on 11. Yes, sir.
If I may, on page 12, item C, we have another situation there of designee. Now, in our last conversation, we struck it out, and in this part, it's left in there. So if the city manager by code is defined as...
It's a different issue because it's the city manager. And the city manager is not defined. We could add that definition.
Okay,
but
so...
only the director is defined to...
Right.
Okay, that makes a difference then, yes.
Yes, exactly. This is a...
The definition is Chapter 30, the whole thing, all zoning.
Yes.
So it applies throughout.
All general site plan regulation.
Yeah, my comment, Tim Williams, Williams Agricultural Enterprises, why would you limit PUDs from not being able to obtain the same waiver?
Because PUDs are bound by a master plan.
Sorry?
Because PUDs are bound by a master plan, and the master plan has its own set of waivers.
Well, and the result is one unit.
Right, but you're still...
You're not going to do a whole PUD for one unit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the thought, yeah.
Okay, but this would eliminate the ability to get a waiver for a site plan. I mean, one of the PUD requirements after sketch plan and after master plan is, you know, the site plan process, correct?
Yes.
Right.
And these regulations cover the site plan process, or is it a separate
This is not a change.
site plan process?
The way it's currently written, the only reason you get the waiver is in that very narrow circumstance where you're just building one single-family house. I mean, there may be a 2 here, we can look and see, but as I recall, it's extremely narrow. It's that kind of exception for where you qualify for the waiver. And anything that's a PUD would be much more substantial than that.
Okay, I'm just looking at the language right here under C. That's all I'm looking at, and I mean, it doesn't, maybe you're saying waivers is defined somewhere else?
No, it's in existing code this way.
Yeah.
This is the way it works now.
Yeah, we're not making any change
It's not
to
struck
that.
out or underlined, so this is as it is now.
Okay, I just thought if we're trying to make, you know, positive changes, I mean, you know, we're all trying to get to a better place, not in the same place for some reason, so I thought it might be better if you didn't, you know, if you didn't eliminate the opportunity to have a managerial waiver of unified site plan requirements for PUDs as well. An example would be if a pod would come in, a commercial pod, would come in. I mean, and again, I'm, I have to defer to you when it comes to the definition of, what a waiver of unified site plan requirement would be, or if there are other limiting criteria, but just looking at C and just this language here alone, it seems like you're being prejudicial towards a PUD and not enabling someone who's gone through a much more comprehensive, design process and a lot of discussion and a lot of, constructive criticism to then not have a waiver at some point that other sections of the zoning code are entitled to. That's my point.
Well, but the people who are entitled to it are one single-family lot owner. They're not other people who are doing multiple units. So it's, this is coming, we could certainly talk with staff about it, but that's my recollection of how we ended up here.
Okay.
This is one case where we do for one, we don't do for all. Right?
Okay.
James.
Charles, on page 11H, drive aisles,
Yes.
is that the reason why it's used, that terminology is used, is as opposed to driveway or street? Drive aisles includes anything that can be driven on?
Yes.
Okay.
Not necessarily a street, but through a parking lot or things like that, and if you have an area of private
rocky
roads.
surface that has access that a vehicle can drive on. Okay.
Drive on.
Should be fire lane, eh?
Susan, I see what you're talking about. You're right. C1 is a part of C. I see what you're saying.
The other ones are as-of-right development and ag,
Right.
and it's only 5 units, so it's a very minimal, kind of like a de minimis waiver. basically.
I understand. Sorry.
Right, that's good.
What we can do for
That's
one.
what we're here for.
So we're here for, what we can do for one, we can't do for all.
Got it.
Are we on 13 now?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just ripped Marty's code book. The items starting at the bottom of page 12 and continuing on 13 are proposed changes. And these are changes to approved site plan shall be permitted only under the following circumstances.
So those
There's
minor
a tight set
changes
of-
include, like, moving this over this side, or something that they've come in agreement with, he's come in agreement with the developer, or?
No, it's changes to the approved site plan. So that's after council approval, when they can technically start building if they want to come, if they have changes to that site plan. There's a narrowly defined way that can happen. Many of these items have already been brought up to this board before. So as you look at...
Okay, so this is subparagraph to D, where number 2 is below D, where we're talking about changes to the approved site plan. And we have 1, 2...
Exactly.
And then A is below number 2.
Yes, 2 has 5 items under it.
Okay.
And 3 has several items under it.
I got you.
So those are, do you want me to go through each one of those, or? Okay. All right, so we have changes to the approved site plan, and an application for an amendment to a site plan shall be submitted to the Director of Department. Director shall determine whether the proposed amendment is minor or significant. Minor changes may be approved by the Director of the Department of Development Services upon determining that proposed revisions will not alter the basic design nor any specified conditions imposed as part of the original approval. Minor changes shall include the following. Now, I want to go back to any specified conditions. If the site plan was approved contingent on certain things, let's say, just to be outlandish, that all the streets were cobblestone, and it was only approved because it was all cobblestone. The director could not say, okay, no, you don't have to do the cobblestone. That's not what this would do. So there's specified conditions. That is not something that falls into the ability to move back and forth. Change in building size up to 5% in total floor area. If there's certain models that need to be moved or flexed due to setbacks or those kind of things, that gives the ability to shift there administratively. Mr. Taylor, you had a question? Or?
Yeah, I had a question to that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Charles, I was looking at this. Change of building size up to 5% in total floor area. Does that mean increasing or decreasing?
Either.
Either. And then the other one said the location of this structure building no more than 10 feet. I know there's a moratorium in the southwest section, which I'm very familiar with. There's some small lots down there. Would that also give the director to make the houses on those lots smaller, or give them the direction to make those houses smaller, or on a smaller lots, or
if it went through this process, yes.
So if this is 5%, let me see if I can clarify. If it's 5%, and we're talking about a home, let's say 6,000 square feet, and you've got a little bit of a back porch or a slab where you're outside your sliding glass door where you can barely put a glass and a chair, and that's like 5 times 6 is 30 square feet. So technically he can sit there and go, okay, a minor change would be we don't need them, and it can just be a door that opens up onto the backyard, and that would be considered a minor change. That could happen.
I don't know that would be the case. It'd be reviewed on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
But it allows for some variation. One of the things that
this isn't air conditioned square feet. It isn't the contents of the home that we're considering the 5%.
Did we define building size?
Yeah. The key thing in your scenario is that you're losing an element of the house, and that would not fall within this criteria. As I recall, the reason that this was put in here, we were getting these pods of single-family homes that when they actually went out and did the final engineering documents, it just didn't quite fit, and you had to move 3 feet here and 4 feet there, and the feeling was to come back through this whole process was a bit too much for that amount of change. Is that the one
I think the problem is, I believe that is exactly what you're thinking of, and I think the problem is where it's building size.
I think Mr. Avilia's question,
I don't believe it was intended to be building size. I think it was...
I think Mr. Avilia's question is living space. Is that 5%, or is it total, like with a porch and stuff, and the garage and things like that? Because if it's living space, that's a lot.
Well, building size is defined as floor area in that phrase.
Floor area, yes.
So it's a defined quantity.
Right, but I'm saying, is that all concrete slab, including a porch, or is that concrete inside the house?
Well, I think it would be an administrative interpretation, but it could
Floor
be
areas.
all floor area.
Floor area, garage and porches and back patios and all that,
But a
right?
change that lost the garage or lost the patio would not be this kind of change. It would then make the house a different house than it was to begin with.
So this is
But
just
if you made
changing.
for a slightly smaller family room, so the whole thing would fit, because the lot had the end clipped off when they dug the ledge.
So this would be like changing the family room, moving it over ever so slightly because the house is on a lot where
You're not losing anything,
but you're changing slightly the size.
changing the floor plan a little bit, or maybe the commercial building, we need an extra couple of feet on the end so what this does is it allows this change in the building size up to 5%. Anything greater than 5%, you're going to have to go back to the whole process again, but anything up to 5%.
But it's the footprint, not just...
Well, and if there's a desire to say more than floor area, we can of course add that.
So, but I think we should clarify if it's footprint, the whole footprint, or is it air-conditioned space, or whatever.
I think you should say what you want, and then we can make it reflect what you want.
Well, 5% of footprint is different than 5% of the house.
I mean, staff can say how they would interpret floor area as just a plain meaning, but if you have a specific intent in mind, if the board expresses that, we can write to address it.
I think...
I think I can bring this to a better focus, perhaps. An excellent example of how this particular line would benefit staff and you, and I think most of us in the audience. The HUD has weighed in on sizes and square footage of swimming pools for the recreational areas and some of the new planned unit developments. Those are designed, laid out, and shown as part of our master plan approval and part of our sketch plan approval. In some cases, those square footages are going to have to be increased by at least 5%. That's an area where you certainly want your director of development services to have some discretion. That's not a negative, thing to have happen. That's a positive thing to have happen. So I think that's one of the cases where this is certainly, something that you want to have your director to have the ability to do. Like your attorneys pointed out several times, you can't, take away living space and change the type of the unit or change, what's been approved. But to allow for, as James pointed out, in a commercial component of a PUD, you may want to be able to have some flexibility to allow for a design element that no one thought about during the master plan process. So one of the reasons why you want this type of flexibility is first and foremost because it's a flexible thing to begin with, but secondarily, there's so much work that is now required by the city code in the beginning. Before you ever sit down to calculate, the blocks that you're going to need and the rebar that you're going to need, and some of the construction elements that come in some cases 2 years later, after you first have your design. So you really need to allow your director to have the flexibility. And I was even going to ask for an increase. I think 10% is not unreasonable when you're talking about community buildings, when you're talking about building size. And in this case, I wasn't even thinking about a single-family house. B, we're moving on to B, when you're talking about relocation of buildings or other structures by no more than 10 feet. I think that we found with our buffers and with our roadway designs and with several different elements all at play in a planned unit development, 20 feet is not unreasonable. And I'll give you an example again. It relates to the recreational building. I think in Waterstone we've been talking, in Malibu Bay, we've been talking about having to increase the square footage of pool area, and in order to do that we're going to have to move the building forward to the road. Now I think there's a 10-foot setback there, Charles, and we're 75 feet from the road. So moving the building 20 feet is not going to make any difference whatsoever, and you really need to allow your senior staff to have the flexibility to make those kind of calls. That's obviously a minor change. You want them to be able to do this, to keep that tedious, silly stuff from having to be, to come back and bog down your meetings. I mean, it just makes all the sense in the world.
But
so that's my comment.
If my understanding is correct, if we're talking, let's say, a 6,000 square foot home, and we've got a 10 by 10 bedroom.
Right.
Okay? If I take 30 feet away, all I need to do is move it 3 feet for that 10-foot room, and all of a sudden I've got a 10 by 10 bedroom that used to jut out from the side of the home. Yeah, it's now 7 by 10.
Yeah, I don't think...
that has removed that 5% from that home in order to allow the pool to be moved over or whatever, and which seems to me would make a significant change in what originally was what we looked at, which was a 10 by 10 bedroom on the northwest corner of the home or whatever. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Well, first of all, a 6,000 square foot house is not going to have a 10 by 10 bedroom.
No.
I don't think we've seen a 6,000
Or a 10 by
square
10
foot house since we've...
We should probably look at 2,000 houses.
Mr. Chair?
That's the lots you're seeing, not the house.
Right, right.
I understand what you're saying.
You see what
I understand what you're saying. I agree with Susan at the map, but I understand your point very clearly. I think you're going to have to trust your senior staff that they're not going to do stupid things. They're just not going to do that.
Okay.
I think if it's a a certain square foot house on a certain square foot lot, they're not going to mess with that. They're just not. It's more an allowance for commercial components, for areas that won't have an impact, and then the director's mind would be not significant. I really think you got to give them that flexibility and trust them that much.
I stand corrected. You're right, because in this paragraph that says building size, it doesn't say home size.
This is not an uncommon...
wanted to address it since he's the director.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple of things. I would let everybody talk a little about this, and I don't know about the senior part of that comment, Tim, so let's not go to the age question.
Hey, I'm allowed to pick on somebody. I'm usually the one getting picked on.
The reasoning for this in general is very similar to what Tim said, and I want Charles to kind of refresh my memory in terms of why this is there. We're trying to streamline things, like James said, as far as the wording. You're also trying to streamline little things that pop up along the way that, unfortunately, whatever you try to do will happen. And what we're trying to do with this thing is to essentially give me the same sort of administrative variances you give Charles in certain things, you give Alfredo in certain things, to say, with this issue, I can do some of these changes. So like Tim said, you don't bring the whole thing back, go all the way up the food chain again for something that, in reality, is not going to affect the response. Now, you got to realize there's a couple of things written in here that I think we've missed because we started to go to pick on the specifics, and that's a couple of things, maybe what Tim is saying. The director shall determine whether it's minor or significant. If they can't prove it to me, I'm not going to do it. I mean, as simple as that. And in that case, I agree with Tim. I would like you guys to have enough confidence in myself, Charles, Marty, and Alfredo that we're not going to fight all this stuff with you guys, agree with what we're talking about, then turn around 3 days later and say, okay, let's do it this way and that way. You got to realize, I think this really is to try to streamline it, and the three of us and myself, we've heard everything you guys have mentioned in the past in terms of what you're trying to do. And we don't necessarily agree with everything. We get the intent. So I'm not going to go back and take any specified condition and change it, abrogate it, make it whatever the case. So I think that what we can maybe talk about, whether it's 5%, 3%, 20 feet, what I want to get across first is the focus that this whole section is really an administrative methodology that you really need to, one, allow me to do, and two, takes more stuff off your back. You'll have enough stuff to look at as it is. And it's just my piece at this point.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Mr. Director, what numbers would you feel comfortable with? And specifically, I'm looking at the 5% under A and 10 feet under B.
Well, in reality, we put this thing together, the group of us, so as we toyed back and forth, these are the numbers I think we should start with. Now, again, if the board says maybe it should be 15 feet, or maybe it should be 8 feet, or maybe it should be 3%, I have no problem with discussing those things. But in general, what we're trying to do is get to small numbers so that we're not talking about me making big changes. And again, in my opinion, as far as 5% of the total floor area, I think it should be a total floor area, period. If the building is this big, that's what we're dealing with. I don't want to get into slicing and dicing between it's under air or not. To me, the building envelope is the entire building. In my opinion, under the roof, the entire footprint, under the roof, because that is what you're playing around with. Now, what it looks like as far as it's got a porch or a patio, it's not under whatever, that footprint is still that big a building.
The footprint is what we should be saying instead of floor area.
I think so. Pardon?
Yeah.
Susan?
I think that's what total floor area is, but if you would rather have the word footprint, whatever you want.
Because floor area has a tendency to mean different things to different people. But a footprint is the whole concrete footprint.
How about we do, let staff go define building size a little bit better for you, and when you see it again, we'll have a different explanation of that line in there.
Footprint.
So
When I read it, I assumed footprint overall.
See, and I only saw living area. And I see like 1,000 square foot unit, okay, 5%, that's 50 square feet. Yeah, it's just like a lot.
Well, what I'd like to get across right now, again, is what Charles said. I wanted to explain to you the reason for it, and we can take your comments, we can edit it, beat it up, we can bring it back again and go through it again, but I didn't want to get focused with everybody's attention on the specific numbers, because we'll never get this through. I want to get across the idea that what we're looking for is an administrative approach to do things that are minor. Now, if they're not minor, trust me, guys, I'm not going to approve it. It's going to come back here, or they're going to have to do something else close to what we had originally.
So this is minor, and under 3 we have that it's a site plan amendment if it's a major.
Correct. Right. If it's more than that, we'll go through a different process.
Okay.
Well, just Just for the record, I can kind of support what Mr. Williams said, and I hear some confidence out of the director, and if anybody were to favor moving those numbers higher, I could support it, namely the building area percentage and the distance, the feet.
I'm wondering if the 10 feet, is that talking about just commercial, or is that 10 feet in residential as well? So 10 feet in which direction? Back, forward, side to side?
It's not specified.
See, that's where 10 feet is a lot in the smaller lots. They could move it over, they could move it over to the edge and do a zero lot line.
But that becomes the director's discretion.
Right.
He knows what the concerns of the city
If they
are.
came in at that specific condition, it's obviously not what you had intended in the first place. It's not an oops, it's I want to do something different. And I say no, for practical purposes. Right. The whole idea is it's not for them to get around what they've committed to. This is basically oops-related stuff. Thing doesn't quite fit, or like Tim mentions with the pool thing, I need to move this and that to make some other agency happy. Those are the things we'll be looking at. To basically go back and say, we got an approval for a 10-foot setback, and now we're going to let you do it at 3, that's not the idea. I just want to explain again the parameters under which we're trying to do this thing. And it's really about all I can say at this point, and I take Mr. Jones's comments to heart. We can look at all those numbers, we can play around with it, but why don't we get it across so we don't spend everything on this, a lot more is the intent. Right. And the intent really is to follow what you guys want in the first place. It's just the fact that in life out there, it doesn't quite always work that way, and we're talking about minor. If it's more than minor, I'm not signing it. I got enough problems as it is.
So this is just for wiggle room here?
Basically, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's fine.
Just to add on to that, this will not usurp the minimum requirements in the code for setbacks, for unit size. No matter what, those standards still have to apply. But if there's some wiggle room, or if the site plan dictates that something needs to be moved, this just simply allows that discretion at staff level and doesn't have to come back through the whole chain.
Yeah. This is not a variance. This is just a change to the site plan. So if code requires that a minimum building size is this doesn't change code. This is not titled the variance, it's not under the variance, it's just under the site plan regulations.
Okay, so moving on, with number 3, when we talk about a site plan amendment, which would be a major change occurring,
right,
that would involve having to start the cycle back over again and down the cascade.
That is correct.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
We've got.
And then we have the time limit again, which we've already seen. It's just reiterated there. Get out of that area. Supplemental district regulations. A while back we had the maximum density established come through this board, went to council. It was approved except for one section. That was with regard to PUDs. We have been asked by a council member to bring that back up again. So it's here. It hasn't been changed any. It's exactly what had gone through this board before and was taken out at the council level.
This on top of page 15, we're just connecting it all to what already exists with regards to PUDs and the 10 dwelling units being 10%.
Right now, there's not a specific rule in this section for PUDs.
Right.
This would give you a rule that would let them get up to 10 dwelling units per acre if they meet all of these requirements.
Okay, up to.
Whereas otherwise they would be at 6. The way this is, that section of code currently exists.
Did we also,
under what's now called number 4, if you see below, everything else that's not mentioned is 6. So unless it's busway, DMU, MRU, or PMU, it's going to be 6. And, PUDs can have different land use designations, so I suppose there's...
Did we not establish with the busway a certain...
And that is in there. If you look at page 14, is it restated in 14? Yes, number 1.
But we did define it as you're suggesting, Mr. Chair, and I think the final version of the definition was touching adjacent properties.
Okay.
Exactly. That's correct. As I stated, this is the exact language that this board voted on before and approved. It was taken out at the council level. I had a question. I don't know, did we address the individual pods in another area in this, or no? There was
individual pods regarding maximum density? No.
Okay,
that's not part of your...
Right, no, I just wanted to bring that up now. There was also a request from council that we look at maximum density per pod. That is not written in here anywhere, but that we look, at a number given per pod. There are some issues with that, obviously, from developers. We'll hear from them.
Could that be made number 4 and then make number 4 number 5?
I don't know if we would put it here or in the PUD
There's a lot of ways
code.
we can do it. What we need, I guess, is the policy guidance on what you want to accomplish, and then
Yes, and then we can put it in. I don't imagine it would be under the density regulations. I think it fits better within the PUD specific code if it gets put in. The concern that I have is, are we going to designate a specific area for a pod, a minimum size or a maximum size? So you have those, there's a lot more than just saying that pods can't be over X number of units, those type of things, or X number of units to the acre, because if it depends on the pod structure and the size of those pods. But that's something that we'll flesh out. We just want to know if that's a direction that you would like us to go into. We've already been instructed by a member of council to look at putting a cap on the density per pod.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This may be an appropriate time to bring up my concern about clusters.
And we've addressed that a lot as we get further in there, but anyway, yes.
Okay.
Have it on meetings too.
All right, in here, later on, we're going to...
Yeah, but continue on what you were saying, though.
Yeah, well, as you know, I've long considered that the use of clusters in PUDs have been more of a misuse than a use.
Yes.
And the densities have been exceeded, and it really isn't the concept of clusters and so forth. And so I was just wondering if the path we were following on here, limiting densities per pod, could approach that problem.
It will have some bearing on it, absolutely. I think the request that we had got was more of, a cap of about 10 units to the acre or 15 units to the acre maximum. I think 10 was really the number that was batted around. So that's, again, we'll take that policy direction from this board and work with it if that's something that you want to just see fleshed out on paper so we can discuss it, because right now it's not written down anywhere. It was just a suggestion. And
I think it would...
Mr. Jones says, are you talking about creating what a definition of a cluster will be?
Changing it somewhat from what it is now, because without definition, I think it's we've over-dense single-family.
Well, the definition there's a new definition of cluster. As we get along, clusters are addressed. But what we're talking about is there was a council request to look at limiting the density on a per pod basis, so that you don't end up with
20 per unit on one pod and 6 per unit on another one.
Exactly.
Average out to...
Yes, that there would be a limitation. Now, that's something that's going to have to be not taken lightly. We've got to look at, do we limit acreage of pods? Do we put a maximum or minimum acreage on the pods, first of all? Is it different for pods that are closer to commercial or not commercial? Those items. And how does that affect the unit mix? If we want to mix the units, how does it affect it? That's the other thing that we have to look at. But we can, if what I'm getting from you is the same thing I'm getting from council, is to go ahead and flesh something out, and then we can all talk about it, we'll gladly do that. That's the discussion.
I have a silly question, I'm sure this is number 3 there. If I'm adding up all the percentages, where's the last 15% on item number 3? If I have 10% for commercial, 35% for...
I'm not quite certain that scenario can work.
It comes up to 95.
It comes up to 85%.
The first iteration of it didn't work in any, mathematically, it was just impossible. It was, and I'm not sure that this one is possible mathematically either. We will relook at that. We just put the exact language in that was...
I know, but I'm just thinking it doesn't come up to 100% anywhere close. At least that's something's missing if I'm not reading it right.
Is it supposed to?
Not, yeah.
So what are the other 15% going to be?
Green space?
No, they have 35% open space.
That's a minimum.
Oh.
So it could be 45% open. It could be 45% single family, those items.
I gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
But the first time it came through, mathematically, it didn't work. You could not conceivably in any way do it. I don't know that this makes it that much easier either.
One of the things I don't know if this is the area report or not that I have a concern about is the width of the roads. The roads are very skinny.
Narrow.
And I'd like to see us go maybe with larger roads.
22 feet.
And this is a place where you could change that 5% from contiguous public or quasi, no, that's rec center, isn't it? I don't know. But somehow I'd like to see us go, if possible, in that percentage to see have some little bit wider roads so we're not so tight all the time.
Well, I think that we will address a roadway issue in another area.
Okay.
So we'll pull that and address it in there. There's been concerns too that private roadways do not require sidewalks, and we'd like to see them on at least one side.
Yeah, I understand.
Widen the roadways.
So, but this would not be a place where we'd want to increase the percentage to make sure the open space included wider streets or something?
No.
Okay.
You could, as a way to get to that additional density, that's just another layer in there of what this would do is allow them, if this is put in place, is it puts a cap at 6 units to the acre overall.
If I may give an example of what I'm talking about.
Sure.
Tim, the Malibu Bay, that little estates at Mendocino, they have wider streets. The whole development looks so much cleaner just having a wider street than when you go through some of the other streets in Waterstone. Do you know what I'm talking about, Tim? No? Okay. If you drive through that one neighborhood, you'll see what I'm talking about.
I know that...
We need oil on this place.
Yeah. I know there's been a lot of work to work with aesthetically pleasing roadways. We've done a lot of that.
In that particular neighborhood, you can park on the street and still get 2 cars going through.
I'm sure that's a function of the product that was designed for that neighborhood.
But that's what I'd like to see more of too, and I don't know how to express that. You drive in and you don't feel like you're jammed in. Those are 5,000 square foot lots, you don't feel like you're jammed in.
You got to understand. Go ahead, let Dick do it, but then I got to follow up because what you're talking about are competing. You can't. Go ahead.
When you start getting into this minutia on a PUD, you destroy the effectiveness of the PUD. You're struggling with figuring out exactly how to say exactly what you want in a specific sense, in the minutia that you would find in some very specific building code. What a PUD does, you got an idea, you got a concept. You put those down in general terms because a PUD is something that you have complete flexibility when it comes before you at the PUD stage, not necessarily the site plan stage, but at the PUD stage, if you have these concepts, these general design guidelines that you'd like to follow, not specific square footages, not specific percentages and things like that, but just general guidelines that you're supposed to review the PUD master plan to be consistent with. That way you can, if you have a guideline about some type of entrance feature where if you're going to have that every pod has got to have some attractive entrance feature, and that's something that you review every time a PUD comes up before you. Not it has to have 18 square feet of this and this type of paver block. Once you do that, you destroy the effectiveness of the PUD. You hamstring yourself, and you make it. You give the developer no incentive to do the PUD process. All the things I think that you've been talking about in the last 5 minutes, I suggest, and I see it in all the other codes that I deal with and have written throughout my life, is that you deal with in more general terms to allow yourself the flexibility to adjust it the way you like it when the PUD comes through, because let me just remind you again, a PUD is a discretionary zoning. No one's entitled to it. You get to mold it, the commission gets to mold it the way they want it.
Thank you.
And I do have another comment on density before we get to that issue.
That's what we're at now.
Oh, well, I mean, okay, that was general. With respect to these specific criteria for density, I understand what Charles is saying about number 3, and maybe that needs to be reworded. Can I ask you to take a look at number 2? Areas outside of those listed in 1, which is the downtown mixed-use area up to 15 dwelling units per acre. So outside of the downtown mixed use, what this criteria is saying, areas that are designated either medium density or professional mixed use, up to 10 dwelling units per acre. Let me suggest that you add in there areas in which a majority of the site is designated in the comprehensive plan as either medium density or professional mixed use, up to 10 dwelling units per acre. Because many of these sites don't have one or the other. They have 2, but they have one or the other, or a mixture of them.
Are we talking about if in one corner they've got a little bit of shopping mall?
Yeah, something like that. So if a majority of the site is medium density on the comp plan, and a minority is some other designation like regular commercial, then there ought to be an opportunity to go up to 10 dwelling units per acre. That's the type of urban feel that you're going to get. Doesn't mean they're entitled to it. Doesn't mean you have to give it to them. It means they're just not prohibited from asking for it and presenting a plan to you that you might find acceptable.
How does everybody feel?
Confused.
Do you see what he was trying to say?
Yeah, I understand what he's trying to say.
If you've got a big lot, 10 units per acre here, and in that corner you've got a little shopping mall, say with a McDonald's in the corner over here, or something that's coming in.
We've been locking in ourselves because we weren't able to make any kind of decision. I mean, when it comes in front of us, if we say this is going to be it, this is going to be
so make it a little more
flexible, or make us say so as to how we grant permission to develop as they come along.
Trying to make it quieter. While they're talking, I have some comments on 3 if you want to listen to those.
Go ahead.
Number 3 on page 15. One of the problems that I had with these numbers 6 or 8 months ago when we looked at this before was my belief and my knowledge of the city of Homestead. I don't think there are going to be a lot of large plan unit developments that are going to have extensive tracts of single-family homes. I think that we're going to see townhomes and condominiums. I think we're going to see a redevelopment of the southwest section. Hopefully, if we don't put too many prohibitions in mixed-use type projects, which will require PUD, because PUD is the only land use regulations the city has currently that allow for mixed use. Keeping that in mind, the 35% requirement, where'd it go? 35% of the residential dwelling units are single family. We've never had a problem meeting a 35% open space requirement defined under the old code, which had a liberal definition of open space. This is further restricted later on in this document. That's never really been a problem, but the single-family component.
That it's further restricted that you were mentioning.
Well, let's wait till we get there. I don't want to confuse the issues if it's all right. The problem with this section number 3 is the 35% single-family homes. And I'm going to show you an example where, it's just physically impossible to do that. Your minimum square footage for single-family homes, I think, goes down to maybe 4,500 square feet for a cluster home lot, something like that. And I'm gonna bring something up and go over it real quick.
Tim's moving on to saying the 35% single family. This is
This is a non-designated mixed-use project on the 20 acres. It's got some commercial in the front, and it has residential behind. 35%, thank you, 35% of this project's residential component is in townhomes, and they're here around the edges. They have parking. I think they have garage, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure they have garage. And we've made 35% of the project townhomes, but the balance is condominium product with nice courtyards and whatnot. There's physically no way to deliver 35% of a 20-acre site in 4,500 square foot lots. You just, you can't do that and have this type of mixed use. This particular a location like this is often surrounded by existing development, where you got 25 or 30 units per acre apartments, 20 units per acre apartments, and maybe even some apartments on here. So, it's really not the kind of place that you'd expect to find a single-family home. Putting that 35% requirement for single-family homes eliminates the ability to do small plan unit developments. You just can't do it.
See, already looking at this, I see if everybody had to be evacuated because Turkey Point all of a sudden decided to go critical, every single person in here would have to go through, and along with the shopping center out all in one way. There's absolutely no other way for anybody to.
Well, and that's what you get in a lot of urban settings. In a lot of urban settings, in order to have good development, you're going to have one entrance feature in and out. And on a 10-acre site, there's very little way, because most of the property is completely developed around it. There's no way to get a secondary access in and out.
I can see SUVs driving through this and driving themselves all throughout there in case something like that.
Well, if some cataclysmic event were to happen, there's no telling.
Tim, can we see the drawing? That's why I want to know what those developments are around and where those lots are, because I can't tell. I can't tell what that is.
If anything happened down here catastrophic, all we got to do is drive towards Turkey Point. Don't drive away from it.
My point is simply, and all I'm trying to address is number 3. You can't have that 35% single-family requirement. It just is physically impossible to deliver. So that's my problem with that. The rest of it I think I can live with in that particular section.
Let's see if we take about a 10-minute recess and allow any questions.
And somebody brought donuts. They're out here for the public and anyone else who's interested in having some donuts.
You're not allowed to eat donuts from applicants. Well, is anybody applying for anything? If it's under $25, I guess you can.
Thank you.
But I can't eat donuts, so none of you can eat donuts.
Give Krispy Kreme a chance.
I see that ethics class working.
Yeah. Everybody's walking on eggs.
Applaud, Tommy. Hey, Charles.
Everybody's walking on eggs.
Charles, I see that ethics class working, huh?
I feel like one of the spy versus spy. I'm kind of walking like this. Oh, I remember that. You can only get one-way email. No blind carbon copy, no CC, nothing one way, and that's it.
How you doing? Good morning.
Used to look like it was
always an exchange. Like it was a trick. Right. Because you don't want to cut part of your start coming back that so I didn't have
any donuts, but what do you think about all this discussion? Please go through this.
I got a comment. I can do that public. As far as that you mentioned about the knowing the directors can be appointed and unappointed at will. So it really, the only way to know who's really behind it would be to know the sheriff. You know, because they can say, you know, John, Susan, these are the 4 directors, and then you approve it, and they change them the head of it.
I just want to know who's behind it.
Very difficult to know because you would have to be the sheriff.
Some more names. Like I signed being hold it.
I got a comment about
She can get up and make a comment, you just can even have this. Just go through the points of that at school, workshop. Go bring them up and talk.
This is so if you just email me or whatever. Okay, great. No problem.
Chili. Get hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold.
This is yours, right? It is.
How me? Oh, you're done. Yeah. Nice to see you again. All right.
I think I actually met you. I'm Larry Ventura.
Dick Jones.
Dick Jones, nice to meet you, sir.
I just hang around with you.
Probably heard I was from, sir.
Hanging on trees. Sorry.
I want to thank whoever it was that brought the low-carb, low-fat donuts.
Yes, I wonder if that's considered to be energy food here, huh?
As long as it's not considered a bribe, we're okay.
Or it's not more than $25 or something, huh?
Let's see if we continue. I think we're on page 15.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, may I comment about that? Mr. Williams' comments about the single family, maybe there should be something in there. I mean, we've seen a lot of townhouse condo developments and just condo townhouse developments. Is maybe his comments about this particular 35%, is that in a full mixed-use type situation, or maybe a minimum PUD size, or, you know, is that an exception made for just a condo and townhouse development, I don't know if there's anything we can do about that or not.
We will look at this again. Again, it was voted on previously and then stricken out. And was asked to be brought back again. I'm not sure that these numbers work in every scenario.
Right, I'm just saying that we've seen a lot of just townhouse developments, or condo developments, and I think the thought here was in a regular whole PUD, right? With all pods and things?
Yes.
So maybe that's what needs to be referenced, just that in a pod situation or something, huh?
Right, but the difficulty that we enter into is now that we're moving more towards the urban areas of the city.
Yeah.
And decreasing the minimum size of PUDs, since we've created the aggregation of all the large properties, it gets a little bit more difficult to swing in there and do a lot of single-family homes, especially if we require them to be 7,500 square feet or those items. And you tend to chew up the land very quickly. And might not be the best and highest use of that property.
So you're going to look at that whole situation again, and maybe we need just to reference that this is in a minimum size pod, minimum size PUD development, and other types or smaller PUDs.
Yes, we just,
could be looked at.
There was a request from the dais on the 7th that this go back in there, so it was put in for discussion purposes, and we will look at it and come back with a recommendation.
Okay. If you could pass that on to them, our intent.
Absolutely.
The way we'd like to see it. Yes, sir.
If I may, before we leave this, I have to admit that I'm torn a little bit here, and I'd like to hear from our urban designer. I listened closely to Mr. Williams, and I think he has a point, that the PUDs coming up in the future probably will be smaller, probably will have less of a mixed use to them. However, there's another side of me that has seen many PUDs come through here that I question, are they really PUDs because they really didn't have that mix that you like to see in a PUD. So I see some need for change, but yet I see some limitations there also. Could I get a few words from you, what you might feel about this that might help them, our staff here, as they make changes to this or come up with a final?
Mr. Jones, I think you're totally correct, and I think the intent of the staff was just to create that, to make sure that we didn't get a PUD that was a disguised townhome development, for example, or a disguised single-family development. And perhaps I think what we should look at is the wording, and I think perhaps Susan and the attorneys can look at the wording and change them somewhat so that we still can guarantee that and maybe vary the percentages. And that's something I think we all grappled with when the original ordinance was being written. But the intent was exactly what you're saying, to make sure that we didn't get a PUD that had was all townhomes and a couple, some residential, some single family, but that reflected that.
Do you think it is possible or advisable to leave in the single-family requirement?
If we're looking at a PUD in more urbanized areas, for example, if we looked at the areas of Chrome Avenue, if ever that came up, I think requiring single-family might be a mistake and a very limiting factor.
So maybe you should say single-family and or just say living dwelling or something, or is there a term that can be...
Well, we can certainly draft something, but I think we need a clearer idea of where you all want to go in order to draft it. I think what Alfredo is suggesting is an entirely different approach. This is, I think, part of it was just drafted from the dais, this percentage approach.
That's correct.
Well, I think the percentage approach is good, but maybe not if it's going to be primarily a townhouse development or something, maybe it needs to be less or something.
Well, I think that originally the intent was very specifically not to allow it
to allow townhouse to make more single family.
They wanted to have a single family component. The council did that night when we looked at it.
Okay.
So that's a change, and if that's where we're headed, then we can draft to meet that.
And that's, I'm sure we'll have some discussion at the committee of the whole about that too, because as Alfredo said, as Tim said, the more urban, the PUDs that would actually be appropriate to go up to 10 units the acre are the more urban PUDs, smaller, and you're not going to have single-family homes in there, so you're just limiting that.
In my mind, a good...
You do that?
I'm trying to stand up taller. A good differentiating factor is the 50 acres. I mean, that's really the criteria in my mind. You know, you have a large swath of land, chances are it's not in an urbanized area, and you can do single-family homes there. If it's less than 50 acres, chances are it's in an urbanized area, very difficult to do a single-family component. So in my mind, that's, you know, you may want to consider that as maybe the, you know, the yardstick.
But if I'm not mistaken, the news last night, as I was listening to, the people who are retiring are tending to come back into the urban areas, and that, you know, there's a migration from the suburban to the urban, and
they don't want a big yard to take in a townhome, you know, with a garage.
But it could be that they do want a single family, and if you have a spot like where Phase 2 of Pioneer Village was going to be, it could be that you could put in single family homes in that area.
If you have a retiree who wants a single family home, he wants it on a very small 0-lot line lot with hardly any lawn to maintain, but he wants his autonomy.
Right.
That's what a retiree wants.
Right. No, I can see that.
I also caution the idea of I also caution the idea of a 50-acre PUD as being, you know, requiring single family, because if we look at the Crystal Lakes, for example, it had commercial, had townhomes, and had some bigger townhomes, and there were no single family homes. So I think the Homestead is changing. I don't think you have these huge, vast tracts of land left anymore. And I think, as the Attorney Susan said...
So you'll look at it and come back to us?
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much more time on this, because it is a contentious issue, and it's just so...
Just make note. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we get into the plan unit development section of code. And as you can see, everything's pretty much underlined, because this is new code. We start purpose and intent. Again, these are all new definitions, and I'll read the purpose of intent so you can kind of see where we're going with this. A plan unit development zoning district is intended to provide a method by which proposals for unique development projects, which are not provided for or allowed in the zoning districts otherwise established by this chapter, may be evaluated. The purpose of a plan unit development is to encourage the development of well-planned mixed-use communities. I think that we can all understand that. And the standards and procedures for the plan unit development are intended to promote flexibility of design and plan diversification and integration of uses and structures, while at the same time retaining in the city council discretion to establish such limitations and regulations for each PUD as it deems appropriate to protect and promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. In exchange for zoning flexibility, plan unit development shall provide tangible community benefits. And then there's a list of things that it's intended to accomplish. I don't know if you want me to go through each individual one of those, if you've...
I'm the only one, may I talk first?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Sure. Number F is one of the ones I just had a question about, because we've had a problem with this, is encouraging development to occur concurrently with the coordinated and planned extension of all existing and programmed community facilities and infrastructure.
Yes.
I would like to see that instead of saying concurrently, I'd like to say concurrently or before, because it seems like, or at some point in time, that the community facilities are the last thing that gets finished, and even though we're saying concurrently, it doesn't ever happen that way.
How would that be, Counselor, how would that be worded, where we do have something encourage development to occur concurrently or proceeding with?
I think it's included in the concept of concurrently. If it's there before, then it would be there concurrently with the...
I think there's another part of that.
There's a whole other program here that this wording kind of gets close to, which is the concurrency requirement. That's a statute, not an encouragement. You've got to do that. But that's certainly one of the purposes that the PUD wants to advance, is that there are facilities to support.
Yeah, because it talks about it again later on in here.
And we have some specifics, and if you want to address those.
If briefly, if you look at page 22.
That's what I'm saying, it's going to come back to
Under
it again.
timing, it stipulates that common recreation and open space shall be provided concurrently with related phases of development.
See, and I'm thinking there, they should all be finished before 50% of them are CO'd. And, you know, we're not seeing that. I would like to see it like by time 10% are CO'd, but that might be a little too stringent.
What it further says is that the schedule it shall be constructed and fully improved by the developer at an equivalent or greater rate than the construction of residential and other structures. So yes, that covers.
So that does it without.
But that indicates that it will be finished by the time the project is finished.
Yeah,
and that means people are living there for a year and a half perhaps.
You wanted 50%?
Well, I'm just thinking is that if half the development's done, they should have the amenities done. I don't think we should have them done the same time the project's done, because the people who close first have been there a year and a half with no amenities.
Facilities.
So we should make it that by 50%, they need to have that amenity.
We're faced with that issue now, and we've tried to persuade developers to move forward with it, and we're not really getting anywhere with certain developments.
Right.
With regard to those amenities.
Because the amenities are not coming till the end of the time. I can.
And by code now, by code now, they're supposed to come before the development is completed.
Well, they're not at all. So, you know, if you made it before, like I had put in there 50% as a suggestion, but maybe I would really love to see it like a 10%, because that means people are starting to live there already. So they should have been building them along the time they're building the first houses. And by the time they close 10% of them, those people should have a right to use those amenities. And the gate should be up, or if it's a gated community. All those things should be already done.
I would tend to agree with that. And I think maybe it's based on COs. Maybe there's something we can do with that issue. Because you might end up, right now we're in a kind of feeding frenzy with regard to development. And people are selling things prior to them even being built. Think back 10 years ago. Had somebody put in a large development, how long would it have taken them to sell out? I don't know that you want to thank me because
if you want to go that direction, Charles, when the villages of Homestead and when Keyscape was first started, those amenities were built first.
Exactly.
And then the houses came.
But what we were, and what I was getting to is, if you did a large development and it required a rec center, and they only sold 10% and had the lag time of 2 or 3 years, is it fair to those people that are there not to have that recreational amenity in place?
But the developers paid their share of those lots until we sold to somebody else, and then they took on responsibility. So it was the amenity is still being paid for. But the people who are living there and bought there based on that amenity are having to wait so long for the amenity. Or maybe if it was 50% and he only sold 10%, you know, then they would never have an amenity, maybe.
Well, we can look at some stronger language there and some different language.
I'm just saying concurrently indicates that it will be done by the time the development's finished. What if that development doesn't finish? Or what happens to all those people who are there, living there, and not getting to enjoy what they thought they were buying?
They were promised swimming pool, rec room, things like
gates.
That.
Well, we're faced with those issues now.
We could address what you're both saying by doing a trigger that's based on how complete they are, or also saying within so many years of the issuance of the first CO, so it doesn't drag on forever, as Charles was suggesting.
Well, that's my whole point. The thing is, I think by time they should have them started at the same time they put the first permit in, and it should be finished before 50% of that development is done. And that's, to me, being liberal. That means they're getting the profits from 50% of them before they have to have that completed, but they need to file the permit and all the plans by time the first CO is out.
We'll come back with a recommendation on that.
Okay.
Please.
That's only my opinion by what I see. Not the
I don't think you're alone in that opinion. We've heard that from many other people.
So I don't like concurrently. That's my only point with that one.
Okay. I want to draw your attention on page 17 to G. There's a typo and it has an R PUD that needs to be taken out.
Page what, Charles?
17, letter G.
Okay.
That R needs to go away.
Okay.
Oh, I was wondering what that was. I was going to ask you.
Charles, yeah, I mean, I understand the intent of Susan and all that, but then again, there's also construction devices and all of the busy thing that's going through here, which is safety. We got to and if you sell 50% down there, and you got to do the rest of construction on the other end. I'm speaking as a guy that works in construction, and I mean, and you got to do a certain amount of excavation and all of this stuff. I know they're going to be complaining about dust. They're going to be in the villages. They were complaining about when they were blasting and all that, houses being shaken and rattled and all that. So, I mean, we got to, I don't know, we put a lot of strong language in there. Sometime we might have to eat some of it when we go back.
But if you like you were talking about blasting, if that is supposed to be done by the time 10% of the homes are in, you're talking about 1 out of every 10 has been built, and you're not going to have 50 out of 100 that's sitting there absorbing the blasting and the digging and the trucks going through and the sand.
But if you build 50 and you blast the rest of it, the 50 that you build might be...
Well, the blasting should be done before the first house is started, because that's all the infrastructure to start.
That's what I'm talking about, infrastructure.
Right, exactly. So the infrastructure should be present.
Well, should be done before.
Yeah.
We'll
concurrently.
We'll make a recommendation.
Okay. Another thing, Charles, I want to expand on H for me a little bit. Encourage economic development, workforce, sustainability, and job creation throughout the community. I mean, how would this expand on that a little bit for me?
Well, one of the items that we look at with PUDs is that they contain a mix of uses. So the ones that would include commercial uses we would like them to encourage economic development.
Okay.
Those type of things.
Does this include,
I think I know where you're going.
Does this include workers? Does this include encouraging using people within the community to work? Or is this just strictly?
We can, if that's the will of this board to write that in, we can't dictate that they...
You can't dictate that they use it, we could ask.
No, you can't dictate. I understand that, but I mean, it's sort of like encourage.
Well, and that's kind of what was done with workforce sustainability, economic developments with the commercial, and then we have workforce sustainability, those items. It's a generic language that's in there.
All right.
We can't get very specific to say, by the way, you got to hire only people that live in Homestead. That doesn't work.
Sure, I understand.
I know one of the things I'm going to propose is that on the title, I think it's 3 or 5 for the federal code, once there's a certain amount of federal money going into a project, there's a certain amount of local people from the community supposed to be hired.
Right.
So, I mean, in some kind of way, code or some kind of way, Charles, I would like to see that in...
Is that the Davis-Bacon Act? What you're talking about?
If it's already in federal law, we don't have to say anything about it. It would be...
But I mean, some kind of reminder? I mean...
Davis-Bacon, that's the Davis-Bacon Act.
You want to get into that, okay.
We would run the risk of it being wrong.
Okay.
Or, maybe the federal law would change and we would have to change to keep up with it. I don't think we want to open that door.
Yeah, there already is, and I think you're referring to the Davis-Bacon Act that requires not only local hire, but also certain wages and things like that. So almost all projects that have federal funding require Davis-Bacon.
The reason why I'm saying this, and the post office guys and stuff, I see a lot of federal projects going on, road building and this and that, county affairs, and I don't see not one guy that I know on these jobs when I go inspect it, from the OSHA standpoint. Not nobody that I know. So, I mean, I don't know how we're going to keep our community vibrant if, the money that's made in our community is going out the next window.
It's an important issue. I just don't think the PUD zoning is where we deal with it.
Well, I was just, I was just trying to make him expand why that was even in there then, if it's not, I mean, if it's...
I think this language would allow for us, on a case-by-case basis, to raise those concerns with the applicant and try.
Well, that's the reason why I want to know why it's in there.
Once this is approved, then from the dais, you can say, by the way, you know, we encourage you to promote local workforce sustainability.
I'll be talking from dais to dais. Don't worry, be in there.
I want to bring everybody's attention to number 2.
Yep.
Enhanced benefit required. The PUD zoning category permits development of land in a way which is not possible under traditional zoning regulations. We all know that. Mr. Coker reminds us that all the time. However, the PUD is not intended to modify or in any way reduce the requirements of any city code requirements unless commensurate benefits are provided in an enforceable manner to the community as part of the PUD plan. You agree with that, sir?
And in simple language, that whole paragraph basically...
You don't get unless you give up something, basically. I mean, you know, it's a give and take.
It's a give and take.
And I think you ought to stop it there, and all the other specific design
Is that going to be one of your bullet points?
I'm going to start going after screen patios as a requirement with that kind of thing.
The rest of it could be some kind of administrative guidance manual.
Yeah. Okay. We
go on.
We will take that under advisement.
Out the window.
We will actually entertain that option.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Then we get into eligibility. Who's eligible to do a PUD? How's it eligible? We have minimum area, consistency with comprehensive plan, unified control and ownership. Do you want me to go through these individually, or?
I have the feeling this will be a comment on that anyway.
If I could just comment on the size.
Yes, sir.
Charles, when I asked him about this morning, Charles reminded me that the reason that the 30 acres is in there now is because the comp plan still contains a 30-acre minimum requirement, which Charles is going to address. My suggestion for the comp plan amendment is to provide, is not to put a minimum in there, just say it'll be provided in the land development regulations. My suggestion for this is whatever minimum you put in, and when the comp plan gets changed, maybe you'll put in 20 acres here, that you also provide language such as that the council may waive the minimum size requirement upon a showing determination that a development otherwise meets the intent, purpose, and requirements of the PUD ordinance. That general language is consistent with virtually every other PUD ordinance that I've ever been associated with, and the reason for that is you might have some general idea about what a size of a PUD is appropriate, but on a case-by-case basis, the council may determine, and you all may determine, that a much smaller development, rather than asking for a whole bunch of variances, a much smaller development may be appropriate for the type of PUD flexibility that you need. I've seen PUDs at 1.5 acres in downtown areas. These minimums get waived routinely all the time by commissions when they see something that they really like, and this gives them that flexibility. Otherwise, you have to go through and ask for a variance every time. So I'd suggest you put language, whatever it turns out to be in the comprehensive plan, you put language in there to give you and the council the flexibility if the developer otherwise meets the intent and purpose of the code in your determination.
Council, would that fall into the way of doing it that way? Just not being so strict in this in number 1 there?
If you wanted to, you could certainly do that. I mean, the purpose has been correctly stated. The purpose of PUD zoning is to get you beyond the prescriptive cookbook of these are all of these very detailed things that you have to meet. And there's some tension here between this is a PUD district, and yet the policy guidance that staff is getting is to be fairly prescriptive and have a lot of minimum standards associated with it. I think what they're asking is that at least the minimum size be something that could be considered, and there seems to be some merit in that because it's not talking about waiving a particular aspect of the PUD and losing it. It's just talking about doing the whole thing on a smaller scale.
Excuse me, Charles, as we go along, as we annex in too, Charles, I mean, this would be a good caveat to throw in there, because we're not going to be annexing 50 and 30 or 40 acres. We might be a little 10 over there, a little 10 over there. So I like this idea.
That's correct.
Annexation procedure.
One of the things I do want everybody to understand, the 30, really upon further consideration and subsequent meetings, really should be a 20. We just hadn't put it just wasn't in there. We had left it at 30, and there's discussions with council and others, and we've had discussions in the past about 20. I don't want to see that designation here below 20. I don't have a problem with the council exception scenario. Where I think we might run into problems is not putting an acreage or minimum size in our comprehensive plan. I don't know that DCA is going to go for that.
It won't have a problem.
Okay. I just got an ORC report about some of our changes, and they're asking us to be extremely specific on certain things, that everything we've done is too vague. So I don't know that they would agree with that.
We could do perhaps a very small minimum that would give maximum flexibility.
I think at this point in time, 20 is a minimum, because maybe in another year or two we have to come back and revisit it again. But if we just leave it out blank now, then we'll end with the 5s
in
and
the comp
ones.
plan. Then you have to go through like a 6-month to a year process to change it. So what we're talking about now is
loosening the comp plan
minimum, perhaps very small or nothing. So that kind of tinkering can easily be done with a two-hearing ordinance by the council and not have to go to the state and do all of that rigmarole.
There's also a segment of our comp plan, and I was just looking for it. I read it a couple of times, and I can't find it now, that suggests that we investigate the options of mini PUDs all the way down to 5 acres. The smallest that's ever been allowed by our comp plan is 10. Our intention was to look at a change to go back to 10. We can investigate through some conversations with DCA and see if there's any concern about going less, and just have the code as our catch.
I'm wondering at a 5-acre PUD, how you could actually do a PUD.
Well, picture this. A PUD, remember, is not only just for residents, it's a way to promote a mixed-use type of development. The chairman, Mr. Avila, mentioned Pioneer Village Phase 2, about 7 acres.
7 acres, yeah.
Optimum site for a PUD, for a mixed-use PUD, to do some denser residential in the downtown mixed-use area with some storefront parks, that type of thing, coupled with a city park. Excellent opportunity. Under current code and under proposed code language of 20 acres, couldn't be done. I don't know that that's an area that we don't. So we have to look to the future as we move towards the downtown, as we move towards development coming along the busway and into that downtown area. What do we want to see there? I think the direction we've gotten and where we want to go is mixed-use developments.
And that lot would be ideal, because being so close to the busway, being so close to the center of the geographic center of Homestead, that would be an ideal spot to have, like a park, sort of like the Alamo at Jackson, where you have something in the center. Maybe move the library there and have little mixed uses around the edge and facades and things like that.
Right, and barring some other significant code changes, the only way that could be developed would be through a PUD scenario.
And I can also tell you that there are a number of codes that have minimums as low as 5 acres, and just one that I can think of off the top of my head, in Bell Harbor they routinely do 1 acre, 1 1/4 acre, because they're talking oceanfront land that's very valuable. And of course that's a pattern of development that's very different than this city is going to, but there is precedent out there.
I'm saying you could always go to that point later. But why drop it down to little now?
The reason is so that you don't have to keep going through the comp plan amendment. I don't think he's talking about dropping the zoning code.
No, and that's what I was saying. We would let code our zoning code state a 20, but have an option for a waiver by council to a lower rate. But we still have to change our comprehensive plan, which would govern, and we would have that. We can lower that down to the 5. I just don't know that DCA will let us do it without a number in there. I think we've always had a number. Generally, I believe that they'll want us to keep a number in there as a number.
And what would be the downside of that? I see the good side, but what's the downside?
The only downside, I guess, would be if somebody were to come in with a development that maybe didn't do what everybody wanted to, but got through the checks of code and council's discretion, maybe a bad decision would be the only thing that I could see. If everything's done appropriately and decisions are made, with the best intentions, I don't see a downside to it. It promotes flexibility in that, and as we move, west of US 1, you're going to need that flexibility on smaller and smaller and smaller pieces of property.
And would that have a tendency to increase density?
Very possibly, yes.
So that would be the downside.
Not necessarily. Density is not always a downside. It's where that density is located and how it's laid out and what's done with it, I think, is a downside.
If we would move vertically, let's say like we've seen in like downtown Miami, if we move vertically, does that change any of that? Let's say if we were...
Density is limited by the comp plan. Has nothing to do with the PUD. Nothing at all to do with the PUD. It has to do with the comp plan. Okay? What the comp plan is...
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. That's not completely true.
Okay, then you have to explain that for my benefit.
You're looking at promoting a PUD that's 20 acres that has 7 acres of commercial without the PUD designation, you would not be able to garner the density that you could with the PUD designation.
But we can't increase density beyond the limits of the comprehensive plan, period.
You cannot increase it beyond the limits of the comprehensive plan, but the PUD allows you to put the density over...
Allocate the density that exists on the site. Okay, so if you got 5 acres at 10 units per acre, that's 50 units. Whether you stack them up one on top of the other for 10 stories or whether you spread them out.
And if you come forward...
So that's my point is, density is limited by the comp plan.
The comp plan limit is
PUD.
on the type of unit also, so that would be a limit. What I meant was code has additional limits, like the one we looked at about half an hour ago, regarding maximum density.
Okay.
But if you're concerned about, somehow a smaller size PUD would create more density, that's just not the case.
I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that.
I'm thinking is that last night when we looked at the Southwest Master Plan, and they were showing possibilities of 5 stories, and that was going to be high density right there.
Yes.
Is that what I'm thinking is if you would go drop down to 5 acres, we could have 5 stories, and the density would be...
Well, height is not density. You can have the same number of units tall or flat.
Okay.
And again, there's nothing that says that you would have to approve PUD.
We would not have to approve anything less if, the code would say you could do 5 acres. We'd say, sorry, we don't want anything. We're turning you down because we wanted your plan to look like 10 acres.
Well, and I don't think Charles is talking about doing 5 acres in the code. He's saying 5 acres in the comp plan, so that then in the code, maybe you start with 20 acres in the code, and over time, as you end up with less and less vacant land available, you might change it to 10 and still be within...
And the developer couldn't come to and say, well, your comp plan says 5, and then you...
But you can be more strict than your comp plan.
They can ask
what we're creating is flexibility for ourselves and not a requirement to give them anything.
Exactly.
And I think building density is different on one side as opposed to people density. Are we...
Well,
one's intensity and one's density.
Density is simply the number of units.
Right.
Sometimes people say density when what they really mean is like a building type or a building height or a building mass.
Which would be intensity.
Than the number of units. That's density.
You have to look at intensity and density. Density is number of units. Intensity is more of your lot coverage and how much you have there. So, yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, we agree that there should be some flexibility there.
Do you want to change it?
Well, as I suggested, we would change the number in here to 20. That's something we've talked about previously.
But we can't adopt it that way now because it would be in violation of the comp plan.
Exactly.
It has to say
That's right.
30, that's why it says 30.
Yes.
What we're talking about is once the comp plan gets fixed, what would happen?
Okay.
And hopefully you'll put in that ability for the council and you to lower it if we otherwise meet the criteria.
Well, I don't know that we can now because right now the
The
comp
comp
plan
plan has
is...
changed.
No, you can't, but once the comp plan is changed, you can.
Okay. Okay.
I remember where I was, excuse me.
You were on page 18, if I remember correctly. We were trying to go through this.
Okay. I think some of your questions that have arisen from this board might be handled with number 5. If you look at that, that's internal compatibility. All land uses proposed within a PUD must be compatible with and avoid undue adverse impacts on other proposed uses, so that you don't have uses within that PUD that are incompatible with one another. That creates a compatibility. Then you have 6, external compatibility. All land uses proposed within the PUD must be compatible with and not create or be subject to undue adverse impacts from existing and planned uses of properties surrounding the PUD. The following factors shall be considered in determining the external compatibility of a PUD: adjacent, existing, and proposed uses, design of the development, traffic circulation, and density and intensity.
Charles,
So,
in here,
yes.
number 5 says internal compatibility is the beginning of number 5. And then all of these things are internal compatibility, streetscape and
Internal to the
topography.
development.
And then we go to external compatibility, which is the next part.
Right.
So we're talking internal compatibility considers all land uses.
The internal is if you think of something like Waterstone or Oasis or one of those big PUDs as an example, you may have a situation where the way they lay it out creates incompatibilities between the pods themselves
Right.
within the PUD.
Oh, okay.
The external compatibility is about when you get to the edge of that PUD,
And its
what's
impact.
next door.
What's around.
As Susan mentioned.
As I keep trying to figure out what's next
Right.
door.
Having Eastgate next to a PUD
Right.
was an issue.
Where it was a 7,500 square per lot versus a 4,000 square.
Right, and to maybe put a picture, as Susan said, of Waterstone and, you know, making sure the pods, there's compatibility between the pods. Had they come in with Waterstone and wanted to put a junkyard and dead center in the middle of Waterstone, that obviously would not be a compatible land use.
And that would be an external compatibility because
Well, that would be an import, you know, if they wanted to put it right in the middle, it would be...
But the external
Had they wanted to put it out on one side, separated by something else, maybe that's a different issue.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, it's looking at that internal compatibility and then vice versa with the external...
What's around the outside of
Exactly.
it.
Okay.
Who's it butting up to?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Density and intensity of development. The density and intensity of the uses within the PUD shall comply with the city's adopted comprehensive plan. They shall also be compatible with the physical and environmental characteristics of the site and surrounding lands. So you understand that? Okay.
What is trip capture rate?
Sorry?
B2.
Trip capture
Oh,
rate.
that is a
Vehicle
traffic scenario, trip capture. How many, what were we talking about, the internal capture rate of the development?
It's an important issue with mixed use because it's a
Yes.
concept of recognizing that if your development has more than one use in it, at least some number of trips that might otherwise have been created might be captured by the other uses in the PUD. If you can drive from one end of the PUD to the other to go from your house to a commercial use, and you've never left the PUD, then that's not a trip that hits the external roadways. And that concept is captured by the idea of a capture.
I got you. That's
We've been
good.
doing this for a few years. You're always planning for it.
well, okay.
Well, it's good to know that. I just didn't get to...
Pedestrian connectivity
Yeah.
that you all have been stressing.
Yes.
Right.
And then, and that's addressed again under number 3, which is the
So-
connectedness.
So trip capture rate is both ambulatory and vehicular. movements.
It's really vehicular, yes.
Requirements. It's not so much the pedestrian trips that don't.
Okay.
It's really vehicular. And that's something that we look at through traffic studies and those items. Environmental constraints, flooding, erosion, those type of things are outlined there. Yeah, now the next item I'm sure will elicit a lot of conversation. Minimum open space and recreational facilities required. 35% open space gross, that's basically what we have now. It's just the way it's defined, and we've made some changes to it with regard to comments from this board as well as council. Any privately maintained or owned exterior open space excluding common open space adjacent to and for the exclusive use by the residents of an individual dwelling unit that is enclosed or partially enclosed by walls, hedges, buildings, or structures, including balconies, terraces, porches, patios, atriums, plazas, may be counted towards the total open space requirement.
So a patio in my yard would be included as an open space? Considered an open space requirement?
Well, yeah, but that means up to 5% of the total.
Up to 5%?
Yes, yes. In no case shall this area exceed 5% of the gross area of the PUD.
Okay.
So, one of the things...
You only have to have 30% open space that totally doesn't belong to them.
Yes.
Because a terrace or a patio would belong to the homeowner.
Yes.
So now that we're cutting it from 35%.
Yards and patios and terraces, those type of things will count towards 5%. Yards currently count towards 5% in the existing codes. As we're requiring more things, such as patios and terraces that eat into these yards, and can be considered open space, we have included them to provide for that flexibility as a give and take.
My terrace is not a common area, it's my terrace.
Exactly, and there's a 35% gross open space overall. Only 5% of that can be basically private open space. So either your yard, your terrace, your patio.
35%, not 5% total.
I understand that, but I'm saying in reality, 5% of the 35%.
5% of the overall gross requirement, which is 35%.
So not 30% is total open, but 5% of 35%, whatever that comes out to.
Yes. Yes.
So let me play devil's advocate. Why in the world are we considering minimum open space? Why do we consider open space other than for room to breathe? So we're going to consider 5% of my back porch within that 35% of the gross area.
I think we need some explanation on that.
But why do we need that? Why don't we just say 35% is open space is open space?
Well,
that doesn't sound right.
Under current code, it's 5% of yards in private areas can be counted as part of that 35%. We want them to put in these items that promote individual open space, if you will, as opposed to common open space. We want the common open space, we also want the individual open space on a unit basis. And that's what this does, is it gives that carrot out there to also include those items, such as maybe a larger yard, balconies, terraces, those patios, things that really are, in essence, open space. I mean, I treat my patio as open space, and I believe anybody that has one treats it as it's private open space, unless you're having a party, but it's, you're basically dealing with private open space, and it's a small percentage of the overall total.
So if my neighbor wanted to put their patio chair on my back porch because it's open space?
No. You're confusing common open space with just general open space. See, we're not saying that the 35% is common open space. It's just open space. That's the requirement. 35%, the gross property be open space. 5% of that 35% basically can be private open space.
So anything that looks up to the sky would be considered open space?
Well, To a degree. It's got to be something that's, we have, as you'll see, we have required sizes for patios and balconies.
Okay.
So
anything that extends from the actual building is going to be called private open space.
yes.
And that would be the 5% of the 35.
So if we were going to get a screen patio, how would that fit in that scenario?
That would be able, not that it would be, but it would be able to be counted towards that 5%.
Okay, so do you think that we can add something in here that talks more about maybe suggesting that when you talked about terraces and balconies, porches, decks, can I add the word screen patio? Because I don't think they ever see that.
Right, I don't know that,
what's a plaza?
theoretically you can, but...
atriums and plazas, what's plazas?
Plazas was, Alfredo, you want to hit on the plaza thing? That was yours.
Basically, people can sit on a bench and everything.
Right, Ms. Newman,
Like that thing in the center.
right, we're talking about,
What's a plaza? Is it like the green space, the green trees?
no, it's paved area that is of communal use and open to the, even open to the public. For example, if you have a like Tim's showing you there, or if you have a development that faces on the lake and we want to create some kind of an activity area that might be a mini town center, or might be that this area should be allowed to be used, to be counted for open space and included as part of the development.
So if you put up a fence.
Oh, okay.
In the back area.
But that can't be more than 5% of the 35%, is that your term?
I misspoke on that. It's 5% of the gross. That's the reading. I misspoke.
Well, and it is. The way it's written now is it's 5% of 100% of the acreage.
Okay.
If you want to change it to 5% of the 35%, we can do that.
That would
Right now,
Okay, so see, 5% could be on those little slabs.
If you have a 100-acre PUD, 35 acres has to be open.
Right.
Of
And
which?
5 acres can be private open.
Correct.
With like little slabs.
If it was
of-
5% of the 35%, you could only have like 1.7 acres be private.
Which makes sense if you're going to use people's patios, terraces, and balconies.
Well, no, you're the one that's requiring the patio.
Yeah.
No, you can't give and take. That's not.
No, but I sincerely,
Take and take.
Let's not afraid of having designed some of these PUDs, I think it'd be a very, very taxing to make it 5% or 35%. I think it's better to make it 5% of the 100%. Right, because otherwise you'll be hard pressed to develop anything.
They could add a little a balcony and start counting all that as part of open space. And yet that really is private open space.
We don't want to add the balcony, but later on in this document, you require the balconies.
Good. Add screen patios. I'm thinking it's a way of them to get less open space when it's my balcony on the second floor. How you?
Well, I think Tim addressed
You have to try that out. The plaza is one thing, which is open space, but if it's attached to my house.
Right, Ms. Newman, but I think Tim addressed it correctly, though. I mean, there's a requirement to use, because when you have a property that is a flat, there was an intent on the part of the staff to allow the people on the upstairs and the second floor to have a balcony and to be able to have access to open space. So that was a reflection, allowing the balcony to be counted was a response to be commensurate and
Okay, I see that then, but what about plazas? You just explained to me it's like open space in the middle of it.
Right, usually plazas are counted as open space.
So we should cross plaza
Well, I
out.
think that's, I think plazas doesn't belong in, this is basically what we're talking about is more of a private open space, not a
Attached to a
community.
building.
Right,
So you should
the
cross-
plaza should be with the...
What about atriums? They're only attached.
Atriums, we're considering those as private.
If they're attached to the
Yeah.
building.
There's going to be a certain amount of staff interpretation.
Yeah, and
As you
that's...
express what it is you want them to do with
I
it.
can recognize that
Right.
if it's attached and it's a balcony or a deck, it's attached, or screen patios,
Yeah.
or an atrium attached. But if they're going to use 5% and it's called part of open area,
A porte cochere, for example, that sticks out in front of a house.
Keep in mind that what this says is these things may be counted. If you look right after plazas, it says may be counted, may. provided staff determines that the proposed calculations are in accordance with the intent and purpose and underlying principles established for PUDs.
Okay. So that puts the onus back on staff to make sure that they buy, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to tell you, if somebody comes through with a portico share or a carport or something like that, no, we're not going to look at that.
But you need to be attached, and the plaza has to be gone. The plaza is attached.
Charles, let me add, I think, Tim showed us an example that I think is pretty interesting, because there's a plaza there that becomes part of the open space of a development.
35%.
Well, yeah, but in that case, I think that plaza should be allowed to be counted as part of the 30%, 35%. It's a plaza that belongs to a number of units, and it's part of the open space within it. So I think the word plaza maybe should really go as part of the 30% and not part of the 5%, because, I'm sorry?
No, we just take it out, it wouldn't be
Take it out, because it's part, the overall 35%. The only thing that they're getting 5% of is if it's a private.
Yes.
That you're not allowed to come on my terrace unless I invite you.
Exactly.
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 That would make, because that plaza there was not private, it'd be more public.
That's correct.
So and I think the word attached to the dwelling needs to be clarified so that they understand that those decks and atriums and balconies are attached to the building. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. That's my suggestion.
Now we got the minimum usable.
Yes. I'm sure we'll elicit a lot of conversation as well.
Privacies. And I'm all for having some private open space. I think it's important that we do that. Because we live in South Florida, we want to enjoy the outside.
Yeah, that's nice.
Absolutely, especially in downtown developments.
Ice cream patios. Are we ready for number 2?
I think so.
Yeah.
At least 1/3% of the required minimum open space for PUD shall be usable common recreation and open spaces defined herein. A, which is land areas for structures, minimum yards, and spacing between dwelling units, and all impervious surfaces, including but not limited to sidewalks, public and private street right-of-ways, driveways, off-street parking, loading zones, alleys, fire protection, vehicle access, and yards shall not be included in determining minimum usable common recreational open space. Those are areas that are not included in the usable common open space. The water bodies may be credited as minimum usable common recreation and open space only as provided below, and in no event shall a water body count as more than 80% of this requirement. I think we all understand that currently 100% of a lake that's 100 feet wide is allowed as open space.
Right. And I'm not going to
currently,
walk on water.
I'm sorry?
And I'm not going to walk on water.
I don't think any of us here are. And actually with most of these you can't even touch the water anyway. You walk around it, but you can't.
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but would now be the right time to comment on 2A?
Probably, yeah, now before we get into 2B.
I see we're moving into 2B, and I have a comment for that as well.
Please.
Sidewalks and some of the swale areas, not all swale areas, but some of the landscape medians. I've got an example here for some of our intersection areas, which are obviously been created and designed to be part of a pedestrian pathway system, part of a recreational connectivity corridor. They shouldn't be excluded from the calculation, either towards our recreational element or as open space. And I'll put up, I don't have the detail, but I've got, I think I've got the Oasis approved master plan. I did have it. Oh, there.
I had while he's working on that, Charles, I had made a note on mine to say that 80%, I think it's a great step in the right direction, but I was wondering if maybe 75% would be actually a better number where it would force them to do more things around the lakes.
You only get there based on the next page, so I just ask that we look at that.
Okay, okay.
On 2A, you can see here at each intersection,
there's actually at each of these intersections, as part of the pedestrian pathway system, there are gazebos and open space that's in concert with the right-of-way. It's part of the right-of-way, part of the commonly owned community development district property that's improved. We should get credit for that, and some of that is sidewalk, some of that is right-of-way, but we should still get credit for that because it's actively being used, as those things are described. So I don't know how, what language needs to be deleted or created so that we're able to count some of this stuff, but we should be able to count that if it qualifies.
What percentage do you think that is?
Well, I don't know. I don't have the. This is not detailed enough. I'd have to have the landscape drawings, and it'd take a long time to figure out what percentage.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I think it goes back, instead of percentage, back to intent. If it's clearly being used,
common area.
as an amenity, and in some cases, at least certainly the way we've designed these sidewalks, they're an amenity. In most cases, there's a bike path on one side and a sidewalk on the other side. Certainly, the bike path is recreation,
So you could just kind of add on, except when such right-of-ways are actual
sidewalks or
open
right-of-ways
space,
are being
usable open space.
Yeah, used.
Landscaped or structured to fit within the...
I think what's missing here is the fact that this clause deals with minimum usable open space, which is only required to be a third of the 35%. The 33% of the 35% must be usable open space.
Not 100%.
Not the overall 30. I understand. That's what I think. I don't know if you understood that, Tim.
Oh, so that comes out to be about 12%.
So what we're saying is a third of that 35% has to be usable open space, and that usable open space doesn't include these items.
Okay.
The rest of it can, but the usable, the minimum third.
I'm not sure that it does. You're talking about not being able to count a percentage of some of this stuff.
It's only a third of the open.
Tim, 11 acres, a 100-acre PUD.
But it doesn't count for this.
This is not the PUD.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes. Count under number 1. This count under number 2.
Mr. Sherman, if I may be allowed, just to put it in context, if you had a 100-acre PUD, okay, 35% has to be open space, quote-unquote. But out of 35%, only 33% has to be usable open space, which really translates to about 10 acres. So it's about 10% of the overall site area. Is that clarified for you?
It does, except what you're saying is these can't...
What this is saying is this. What this is saying is this.
100% of the sidewalks, which are designed
towards the 35%, but
can go towards the 33%.
Towards the 35%.
Okay, but they can't be counted towards the 33%.
No, they cannot be counted for the 33%.
So if I put in a if I put in a VITA course...
I think you didn't understand what I was saying, Tim. Look, if you have 100 acres, right? You've got 35 acres that you have to leave as open space, right? Out of those 35 acres, 33%, 10 acres, have to be what is called usable open space, which is really basically, a large park, the water bodies. Now, the other 25%, out of that you have 5% which can be counted as part of the private yards, and then 20% that can be sidewalks, that can be the swales you're talking about, and all those other areas, correct?
Okay, then I still have the same problem I had when I first started talking about this. If you've got an exercise station that's attached to a sidewalk, I can count the exercise station, but I can't count the sidewalk towards the 33% of my 35% criteria. That means that I have to have a separate space or a different kind of space that you're dictating that I can't choose to do some creative thing for. And that reduces the size. No, let me finish.
I think you're pushing the interpretation.
I understand what you're saying, but let me finish. This works to reduce the size of my footprint that I have available for all the other things. Sure it does. And that's why every time we nibble away from flexibility, every time we nibble away from what we're able to count, what we can't count, we end up with a smaller and smaller box to put the houses in. That's what happens. That's the effect of some of this. And maybe this is not that significant. Maybe I'm making a bigger deal out of this particular thing. But as we go on, I'm going to have the same discussion, and I'm going to say the same thing. Every time you nibble away from the footprint on which you can put a home. So
let me.
I think we should get, if it's the intent,
let me explain something.
That it be recreational open space, it should be counted as that. That's all I'm saying.
I don't have an issue with, and we've talked about it before, of including the sidewalk area that goes to a rec center, or those things, in the usable open space.
Okay. But this language doesn't allow you to do that. Okay, then I don't get it again.
Because what you had in the corner there was landscaped, the area, maybe with a sign in the back, the name of the neighborhood, but that area right there is permeable. That area, the rain falls and it percolates into the ground, and we're not talking about a sidewalk.
No, but I am talking about a sidewalk. That's the thing. I'm talking about that other stuff as well, but that sidewalk is an integral component of the recreational amenity. And that's what I'm saying. And Susan says I can count some of that, but I can't count all of it.
If it's part of the rec center parcel or whatever it is.
Okay, part of the rec center parcel.
Then, of course, it counts. They're not going to have you sub it out. Again, it gets back to staff has some level of interpretation here and common sense in working with these.
Okay, well, they're not going to deny you, they're not going to tell you that you can't build a house of a proper size because the sidewalk is there and
well, the sidewalk's running around, you have a gazebo in that common area. How does that get counted?
We would count that as usable.
Do every single hypothetical, because this will be a 100-page ordinance.
Okay.
It needs to have principles that the staff can then
work with. Okay, then the word shall, which prohibits, in my opinion, those things from being counted, needs to be changed to may. Change it to may, and I have no problem with it. Then you guys have all the flexibility in the world.
If that's our direction from staff and the board, we can do that.
No, for the last 5 or 10 minutes, that thought has been in mind. We had to change it from shall to may.
Now, would that give more flexibility, or do you want it to be a little more?
Flexibility to direct it. I mean, and Charles, I don't know.
That it shall be usable open space, or maybe usable open space.
Where it says shall not be included in determining minimum usable common recreation open space. In other words, all of these things prior to this shall not be included. That's pretty clear to me. I say make that may not be included.
It gives you
and then you have the flexibility. Yeah. Unless you have that other language, like unless it's part of the clearly designed as meeting that intent.
Except when.
Yeah, that's where I would prefer to go, and staff has discussed that.
Right, except when.
Except when.
When is an integral part of the...
And that brings us back to the plazas, and we had talked about, and staff had talked about this as well. A plaza is basically impervious, and is that included? So, those items have to be calculated in there.
Okay, so you could just add on except when that is an integral part of whatever.
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
Come back with that.
Okay.
Right. Now on to water bodies.
80%.
We have the 80%. No lake can be counted. Right now it's, as I said, 100% if it's a certain distance wide, which is only 100 feet. So now to get to that 80%, there's a list of items. Just a regular hole in the ground is 20%. It's not 80%. It's 20%.
So they just do a pond.
Nothing else.
That's only 20%, because I want to figure out how to use this. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
If their clubhouse is located overlooking the lake, on the lake, that adds another 5%. If they put a trail around it, jogging path, walking path, trail of some type, you have another 20%. We would consider an improved trail. We also don't mind the mulch pass, but we'll take the direction. I think we want to be a little flexible in that issue.
The only thing I'm wondering is if they call it a path, but yet it's just grass.
Staff is the one who's going to look at this and interpret it in light of the intent of the PUD.
Because most of the ones I see are just grass around.
Right, that's not considered a path. That's not, we would not, that's just lawn, that's not a path or anything, so. A path would have to be some other surface
You
than
could look
big
at it,
grass.
maybe there's something there that you know that you could walk
Sure,
around.
like a mulch path, pavement, asphalt, something of that nature.
Okay.
If it includes a beach or swimming area, add another 20%. 3 covered shelters or picnic areas, 10%. Minimum of 2 fishing piers or boardwalks out at the lake, and you get another 20%. So you have all these things, boat launching. However, it cannot exceed 80%. So this is just a list that they can pick from.
Why is the clubhouse only worth 5% then?
Generally, they already put the clubhouse over, a lot of times the clubhouse does overlook the water or things like that, and the clubhouse is a requirement anyway.
Okay.
So, or not a requirement, but that's generally...
It gives them a bonus if they put it near the lake.
That's correct,
So
yes.
theoretically, if, let's say we have a clubhouse on a lake,
Right.
with a trail that goes around the lake, and it has a little beach for people to swim, and 3 little covered shelters for people to have a picnic adjacent to that clubhouse, and a little boardwalk that goes, or a little pier that goes out for people to look onto the lake real close, and on the other side, access for without launching, just a little beach for people to have access to, let's say, jet skis. Then we talk about 20 plus 5 is 25, plus 20 is 45, plus 20 is 65, plus 10 is 75, plus 20 is 95.
Good none, you can't go over 80 anyway.
You go over 80.
That's what the 80%.
Can't go over 80.
What's the 80?
Can't go over 80. So back down on it, you won't do the pier. You won't do
We just
some-
try to show you what you can do to get the...
We encourage all of those things to be done.
But they all
Where's
have
the
to
duck
do
pond?
the 80. Oh, yeah.
Where's the fountain? I want a fountain here.
We've also added the landscape pedestrian plaza with a minimum 40-foot wide, area.
Okay, so they can
40 foot
pick and
away.
choose as long as they come up to the 80.
If they don't, they can pick and choose. They're given 20%. If they don't do anything, it's 20%. If they only choose to do one thing, it's only 30%,
What if they have some other ideas they'd like to do? Is there an option for that?
That's the problem with this. I think you're limiting yourself.
That would be,
Like, where's the fountain? Where's the other things?
We can add another line in there, and
You're also, I think, creating something that's just not feasible sometimes. For example, the beach swimming area. That may be fine in a public park where there's a sovereign immunity protection, but I
met with a developer 2 weeks ago, that when I said beach, he said, wonderful, we do that in all of our
You know
developments.
what? Great for him. But I'll tell you, a homeowners association is not going to want that.
You ever been to the villages of Homestead?
Have you ever been to Lake Shore? They have great beaches.
So, could we put in water feature in here, something that would include...
But that's an option, Mr. Coker, it's not a requirement.
Where's the fountain? Or maybe they can have some... What about a tot lot?
And this is, well, keep in mind, this is a discussion item. All of these things can either be added, or we can put a line in there that at the discretion of the director, or, other items may be recommended and be taken to the board and council for approval for additional. We have no issue, I mean, that's fine. That's
So these are minimum requirements, and they can go as far...
We did not want to make a huge list, so, we just threw some things out there as we sat around brainstorming and came up with and there can be other options, and there are other options.
How about other amenities, other public recreational amenities up to a certain percent? As approved by the planning and zoning board.
I don't have any issue with that. Okay. I have no issue.
Yeah, because I would just like to have some options too.
We would like to see some more flexibility in it, but I just wasn't going to sit there and just name every, put a bird cage next. I mean, we're not going to go through all
I
that.
think, a little Audubon Society thing would be good too. Little birds here and there. But I think a tot lot should be mentioned in here.
Again, Chairman, if I may...
Or is that just because it's around the lake, you're saying that? Because we just saw development come through at the tot lot on the lake.
This is only with regard to lake space.
To the water, okay.
The water.
Okay.
So, things put around the water, things to enhance that water. Right now, what we're faced with is a code that allows, by right, 100% of a lake at least 100 foot wide to be counted as open space. So what we get is somebody digging a hole in the ground, using that fill because it's very expensive, so we're getting a lot of holes in the ground, selling for a tremendous value of those lakefront lots, and counting the whole thing as open space when really nobody can use it.
Nobody can use them, exactly.
You can look at it, but you can't use it.
Mr. Jones?
The bike paths, you said that.
Yeah, and you might only be able to look at it if you paid the extra $50,000 for a
Trail,
lakefront lot.
walkway, jogging path, or bike path, huh? Bike path?
And we've had some developers come forward and already do pass around the lake, and we commend them on that. And hopefully that type of thing will continue. Most people put in clubhouses. It's just maybe you don't put that one last lot on the lake. Maybe your clubhouse goes in that lake, so everybody in the development, not just the people that paid extra, can look out over that vista. Those type of items.
And you didn't put like a pool by the water?
Well, generally, clubhouse includes a pool. I want to avoid getting into, I get 5% for my clubhouse, and oh, by the way, I put a pool, which was going to be at my clubhouse anyway, but I get another 5% for that, and the top lot that was going to go with my clubhouse, I get another 10% for,
So they start dumping the lake.
So we do want to avoid that.
You want to avoid that.
But we want to be as flexible as we possibly can too.
I would just like to comment that I like this. I really like this. It brings some control where there were no controls before.
It really comes from suggestions from this board.
And I don't know if this was a staff creation or this was lifted from some other city.
It was a staff creation, but we took a lot from comments from this board.
I can also appreciate the comments from Mr. Coker. Maybe we need another category in here for something that
Fully agree.
We just can't think of or don't know of right now.
Fully agree.
We could add a miscellaneous or whatever to give them a little flexibility.
And Mr. Williams mentioned a water feature such as a water park, thing or something like that, which I think could be considered different than the clubhouse. And that really is something that should be considered. You do something like that, I think you should get more than the 5% for the clubhouse, some of those items. But yes, I mean, there are many things, and none of us can sit around and think of every possibility, so there has to be that opportunity for flexibility in there.
Mr. Chair, if I may add.
Yes.
I think what Charles just went through now, generally speaking, again, I try to focus on a general. The general idea is to get away from the hole in the ground is we're at 100% of what they want.
Exactly.
And again, a lot of that came from the board. Any chart like this, we can beat up to where we're blue in the face because we're never going to get everything that's available.
Yes.
The one thing Mr. Coker says, and the board said that is very valuable, is put in another category, figure out a percentage you want to call it, and that's when, if they come up with something that's different that we haven't thought about, and it's a good idea, obviously we'll look at it. So this just allows them, again, the flexibility they want for another item that we haven't thought of. We put it in here, play around with the percentage, but again, the percentage we said in the beginning is not going to go over the 80. You can't get back to 100. The free lunch is gone.
Right. Okay.
You don't think 75% would be a better percentage than 80, huh? You think 75 is too much?
We will make whatever changes you request. So we looked at 80. We have 100 now with no amenities.
Right.
They cannot get to 80 without doing these things, and it's that trade-off that we were looking for. If they put a beach in and allow people to take canoes in the lake and have a walking path around it, then it becomes usable open space in our opinion and should garner a greater percentage.
Trying to visualize something. Let's say again we go back to 100 acres, so it's easy to work with. 100 acres, and they have to have 35% open space, which would be 35 acres. And they have a lake, so what's that come out to? 80% of 35, 6?
No. It's 80% of the lake size.
80% of the lake size.
80% of the lake
If I might, if you
have a 10-acre lake.
If you look right underneath, on page 21, underneath the water feature chart, there's an example for you
that lays it out, that breaks it down.
And this is exactly why we wrote it, so that people could see how it would work.
Landscape pedestrian paved plaza with minimum lake frontage of 40 feet.
35 minus 30.
Minimum of 1,200 square feet. Still not very big.
No, the clause right below that, not in the box. There's an example.
Right.
Example.
Right.
But 85 acres shall be overall requirement at 30 acres. That's plenty.
So, of the 10 acres of lakes or 5 acres will count toward the 8-acre usable acreage requirement. They will have to come from usable acreage not associated with the water bodies.
Which would be, go back to, I think, what Tim mentioned, which would be the little corners of that
Well, no,
landscape.
hopefully it's tot lots and
Tot
rural
lots.
recreation, not just little bits and pieces of their
Streets.
right-of-way. I think that's what staff had in mind.
Okay.
Certainly an improvement.
Mr. Sanchez, you had?
Right, I wanted to say that I think this is a good compromise. If you look at most codes, they only allow, and correct me if I'm wrong, 40% of the lakes to be used, not doing anything. So I think this is being quite generous in allowing 80% of the lakes to be used. And I think it's a good thing. I think that they will provide amenities for a community.
So you're telling me most codes only do 40% of the lake? And that
From
they
the
can't-
codes that I have seen in Miami-Dade County and even in Broward County, some of the codes, for example, Coconut Creek, would only allow to use...
That means that lakes have to be 60% usable by the residents?
No, the lakes are allowed, 40% of the lake area is allowed as usable open
If
space.
you have 100 acres of lakes, only 40 acres counts towards your open
Or
space.
your open space.
The rest of it is just water.
Just water.
I think the range goes from, Bert is saying, all the way up to 100%. The codes vary all around. Some of them are, I've never seen one as low as 40. I've seen them as low as 50. I've seen them, generally, I've seen them in the 80%. I've seen them more in the 80% range, and I've seen it lower than that, but I have seen it as low as 50%.
It's also important to consider in Homestead, we have elevation issues for a large portion of our developable property. Those require, an extraordinary amount of fill. And quite frankly, the cost to dig and create these lakes is skyrocketing. I mean, the cost to import fill. So it's, I think these numbers are not bad considering the area in which we have to develop.
And I'll tell you, Mr. Taska just reminded me of the codes that he's familiar with in Dade County. The 40% is usually of the entire gross area and not
The lake area.
and not 40% of the requirement. Not 40% of the lake area, but 40% of the entire open space requirement. Could be that's usually
That's correct. 40% of the...
If I could briefly, I know I've been waiting up here to have this one comment, and it'll be very brief. The beach and swimming area, I know Dick Hooker mentioned that. I just want to underscore the tremendous liability that's involved in creating those types of amenities, and it's a lingering liability that extends to everyone who lives in that development as members of the Homeowners Association.
You don't have to pick that one, though.
Well, I know you don't, but if you do pick that one, it's certainly a 20%, if you want to do those things, and I've lived in Lakeshore, I've swum in those lakes, I've enjoyed those recreational amenities. I think they're great personally. I used to be a lifeguard. But today's times are different times than when Lakeshore and the villages and those communities were developed. If you're going to encourage that, I would certainly hope that you would consider a higher percentage as kind of an offset in some way, some benefit to choosing to do that type of amenity.
What about something like 20% for the clubhouse on lake or water body and 5% for the beach swimming area, and flip those two?
Well, I'm saying if someone were to put in the beach or swimming area, you'd want to give them 40%, or a big
It's a guideline,
incentive to do that.
they can come to us and say, well, we want this much or that much, and we can discuss it then.
See, what we go into...
Sorry, I'm not opposed to increasing it for swimming areas, because I think when we did our Parks Master Plan, one of the main things that was sought after was freshwater recreation areas. That was in the top items requested by the community. Swimming, freshwater swimming areas, and fishing, boating type of scenarios.
But usually those lakes are like bar pits where it drops off from like shore level to like 80 feet deep, and I'm not going to have a child go out there and go swimming.
Well, I understand, you can't, unless they're blasting, they can't get to that deep. On the excavation with the Traco, it's about 23 feet to your deep cut. And there's...
From the ledge to the deep cut, you can get 30 feet from the surface level down to the bottom of the deep part, but you got a tapered edge, and that's all controlled very
and that's when
by the development approval process. But you got slopes that are appropriate for being adjacent to residential use, and then it drops off from a sloped area down into the middle.
And there are different cuts, standards for lakes that would have people in them and not have people in them, and there again, I don't see an issue, and we'll work something up about increasing the percentage to allow the swimming, because it is an amenity that people have asked for, to entice people to do some of that.
What if we just change the name to a waterfront feature and let them pick whatever it is they might want to create?
Whether it's a suntan beach area with no swimming access, or
would a tree be considered a waterfront feature? Because you might get that. That's what I'm just asking.
How about a hammock?
Again, I think you're in the realm of you can trust your staff to try to have a little bit of
And I think if somebody comes with a real creative idea with their beaches, we should be able to look at it and
We've already agreed there
there.
would be a new line in this table that's an other.
Yeah, we're going to put in a flex clause in there to...
It gives them the idea what we want.
Mr. Chairman, before we leave this, may I ask, Ms. Newman had a suggestion that we lower the 80%. Could I ask the staff or urban designer if they support that? I think our urban designer had some comments.
From 80 to a lower percentage of water bodies counting as a percent of the requirement for minimum usage or usable common rest.
I have to apologize, Marty and I were having... Lowering the lake allowance? I don't think it's worthwhile to do that. Marty and I were going through and I have to apologize, we were going through a calculation. I looked at the 35% and then the 33%, say 100 acres, requires you to have 11 and a half acres of open space, usable open space. If you take the maximum 80%, that means you can only have a lake that's about 9.2 acres in lake area overall. That leaves about 2.3 acres. So I don't think this is going to make that much of a difference as far as usable footprint for the buildings at the end of the day, because you'll be able to use the 2.3 acres in counting some of the sidewalks, some of the space between the units, and you're going to be there. It's not going to be that difficult to develop a site plan based on this criteria.
The difference between 80 and 75, that 5% is not much when you take into account.
No, I think 80% the way it's written, it's applicable.
Okay. Charles?
Just in response to that, I think we're okay with the 80%. It is maybe not the reduction that the board had thought about in the past, but remember we're coupling that with requirements that they add to make it more amenable. Now, here you have, again, we've kind of hashed over this timing and distribution of open space and recreational facilities within a PUD. Required minimum open space within a PUD area. The following minimum open area shall apply to each residential area of a PUD. So that if you're doing single family, 25% of the lot area would be open space. Townhouse, 20%, because you're looking at smaller lots. Apartment and condo says 35%. Reason that is because an apartment or a condo is one lot. The whole development is one platted lot.
So this total adds up to 75, or let's see.
No. Different completely.
Okay.
Right. This is on a if you have a house on that lot, 25% of that lot has to be open.
I see. Thank you.
Follow me? Okay. Now we will, and then we reiterate about what counts towards the open space under the minimum open area of these. Then we get into timing. Usable common recreation and open space shall be provided concurrently with the related phases of the development. We've talked about this previously.
See if we can go back and look at that again some more.
And that's exactly, this was the language that we had written in here. We can look at making that more stringent,
I think
or
that
however
we
we
do
want to go.
need to go back and look at that much more stringently.
Are you on 21-3A?
B.
22B. Page 22?
Page 22B.
Okay, did we skip over 21-3A?
No, we already went through 3A, but you can talk about it.
Yeah, I've got some real issues with this.
Okay.
In a plot, you mentioned 3A, you mentioned required minimum open space within residential areas, and then in the diagram you say minimum open area percent of lot area, and I know you've defined lot to include a lot of things, but I think that's confusing here. For a townhouse, cluster home, or twin home, 20% of each lot? Don't you mean of a development? And certainly of an apartment condo.
PUD. Is that what you show?
Apply each residential area PUD, but then you say, in the diagram, it's percent of lot area. So I guess we need to know what you mean.
Maybe it's a language.
I think apartment condo, it's one big lot.
One big
You know
lot.
what that
It's
is.
all
And
attached.
the house, you know what it is. Really, the ambiguity or the concern you have is probably with the middle category, the townhome and...
Yeah, because they say this is the timing of distribution and open up space.
Because, a townhouse lot can be just a lot. A fee simple lot can be many different things. It can be a large area from the front to the back, or it can be just the footprint of the house and everything else common area.
Right.
So if you all have a suggestion for a reasonable number on townhouse, we would entertain it. I think staff's been round and round and round on that number and would appreciate some input.
Well, I would suggest that you don't make it on a per lot basis because the lot is not constant.
Yeah.
Like a single family home lot, it's a completely different concept and should make it on a pod area or a development.
So for townhome, it would be on a pod area.
Yeah, just like on an apartment condo.
Would it be better percent of unit area?
Well, I would, just the same way you have with condo, which is, I would define it as the pod or the development parcel. Development parcel may be better.
Mr. Sanchez, you have...
Yes, Mr. Avila, when we met and reviewed, we had the same comment and the same discussion, and we never really could arrive at a consensus. I think the idea of a pod for townhomes and apartments is viable. I think the word lot area should be eliminated, but also the single family 25%. That is also quite confusing because that goes back to site coverage. When you look at 25% like that, it almost says almost says 25% site coverage. So I guess it should be also the word pod for the single family pod. But then going back, you really cannot have 25% open space on a single family pod. It becomes very taxing. So I think we have to reevaluate this whole category and maybe take suggestions from the community as far as how we can change the wording on this.
75, what do you got?
Yeah, I think we started with what was in the existing code, and it's just a very tough fit.
It's a little vague, yeah.
It's contradictory when you have 5% going this way, 5% going this way. I mean, get that.
Okay. Okay, I think Charles is we were down to B, the timing, and I think he stepped out.
Go back and look at that for more timing, connectivity.
Do you have any questions about C or moving on to 4? 4 really just kind of reiterates what is already required in the code, that we have this management.
And this goes back, I think, to Tim's thing, talking about the connection between, let's say, the recreation area. Is that, we can also take that into account, the connectivity between elements?
Yeah, the C. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I had a little note to the side here in the margin. I have to reread why I wrote that, so just a second. I wrote covered space, and I'm thinking, if I'm reading through this again, there's no mention of common recreation open space shall continue. was there a need to put anything in there about covered space? Because we're,
You mean like a structure covered
like if they're
or
going to do shaded areas, covered space, the gazebos, or it says all common open space and recreation should be preserved for its intended purpose.
So I guess staff, that's something you can entertain. Do you want to have out of your usable open space a certain amount that needs to be shaded or covered in light of the sun being hot in the summer and so forth?
Number 4 on page 22.
Well, no, that would be right before number 4, I think. It would be in 3.
Well, I'm just thinking as I was reading this through my head last night, it was like, do I need to say anything about covered space? Was there any need for? Or was it the wrong time?
Yeah, this talks about protecting the open space and recreational facilities that all common recreation open space shall continue to conform to its intended purpose, as is expressed through the whole PUD plan.
So it really don't need to be
10 years from now, you can't sell it and make it into something else? Is that what you mean?
Right. And
somebody maintains it.
And somebody maintains it.
Takes care of it. Okay.
Shall run with the land and shall be for the benefit of present as well as future property owners, and shall contain a prohibition against
Okay, so it's wrong here. Okay, never mind.
Right. With regard to covering and gazebos, those are amenities that I don't know that we necessarily want to dictate. One of the things that we have seen a lack of is just an area where people can throw a frisbee, kick a ball, throw a ball, those type of things, picnic, not necessarily obstructed by a structure such as a rec center or a gazebo or those things. Those are amenities and they have their places, but we want to ensure that there's that. First of all, that open area. If they put in some other items in there to make it more amenable to people, that's fine. But I don't know if we want to require that.
Okay.
And that's been on advisement from our Parks and Recs department.
Well, I don't know. I guess when I was reading through last night, it was something that hit me in the head. And like, what about covered space? I didn't see.
And again, that's something that we looked at when we had our Parks Master Plan. That was another of the key items was just trees and grass, just open, without buildings in it. So.
I don't know if it would help, but Ms. Newman or not, but most of our right-of-ways, even though they're internal and they're semi-private or semi-public, no matter how you see the glass, half full or half empty, we build them to DOT specs, which require, street trees, and the City of Homestead landscaping code, as it's applied to plan unit developments, at least the ones that have been done so far, are very stringent in control. They require a lot of canopy to be installed, and whether it's for multifamily or single-family condos, townhomes, whatever, they do require certain trees to be placed by the street and certain trees to be placed in the yard. So I don't know if that helps or not.
Charles, if we could go on to permitted uses?
Oh, okay. Again, this is the permitted uses under PUD. Principal and accessory uses and structures. All uses shall comply with the comprehensive plan designation for the property. No building, structures, or land shall be used or occupied, and no building or structure shall hereinafter be erected, altered, enlarged, or occupied in a PUD except for those specifically provided for below. Primary residential uses. The following primary residential uses and structures are permitted in PUD. Single family or attached or detached. So single family attached is townhouse, basically, and then single family detached. 2-family dwellings and twin homes. Twin homes is...
something we've been doing, or we haven't done doing that?
We haven't been doing twin homes, no. But this gives an option. Cluster 1 and 2 family dwellings. Townhouses, one family. Multifamily dwelling units, apartments, condos, congregate living facilities, type 1 and 2.
If single-family attached is townhouses, why do we have A and D? So we should just say single-family detached dwellings, taking out attached in A?
Yeah, we could, actually, I'd prefer to say single-family detached and then list townhouses separate.
And then you put townhouses as townhouses.
Because by definition, a townhouse is single-family attached. Basically, we can do that. Because we also handle the twin homes. Is that... We'll have
cluster 1 and 2 family dwellings, that's usually a single family smaller unit, right? One and
Yes, well,
two.
clusters are laid out differently with different lot
Right.
styles.
We have 2 family dwellings and twin homes, and then we have cluster 1 and 2 family dwellings. What's the difference there?
We just wanted the flexibility, so we wanted to do, if we want to look at cluster homes that are 2 of them attached, so, those type of things, instead of just individual clusters.
All right, multifamily dwellings including apartments, condos. Okay.
And then we had residential uses and structures may be mixed with any non-residential uses otherwise permitted within the category. Residential uses and structures provided for within 2E above, which is multifamily, shall comply with all R3 district regulations as set forth within section 30-208 as a minimum criteria allowable within the proposed PUD. That was the code changes that we made previously, required balconies, those type of things within multifamily, walls, guards. Attached storage area or garage, all units shall provide for either attached storage areas or attached garages. Each garage shall provide a clear interior parking area as follows. One car will be 12 feet by 20 feet. 2 or more cars, and I think we need to...
I think when we talked last, we were saying 22, right, Mr. Sanchez, in that last development? We did 22 by 20s for the...
It was 20 wide and 22 deep, from what I remember last time.
Well, 20 feet deep, but it had to be wider, so because it had doors and stuff.
Most codes will allow you 20 feet clear inside. I think 20 by 20 is an adequate size. A typical car is 16 feet long. Even an SUV is about 17 and a half feet. So
Wasn't the last developer that just came through and we made him do 22 by 20 on the 2-car garage?
We talked about it last time. I really don't have that recollection.
But I don't think that was clear.
That was clear.
Area.
And we talked about different communities.
You guys on still 23 to under F?
There are 3.
3. Okay. Sorry, I have a comment on...
There's no mention here of carports. Are we
23,
going to are we eliminating carports? Or?
If you look at 3208, all of that stuff is having garages.
3208.
That's what I'd like to comment about.
So are we saying the carports are already designated somewhere?
If you help you to look at this, you first have your primary residential uses on page 23, number 2, tells you the primary residential uses. Then what it says is under that residential uses and structures can be mixed otherwise with any other non-residential, any commercial uses, and residential use and structures provided for within 2E above, which is your multifamily, at a minimum have to comply with the already established regulations provided for in code.
Right.
Which is the multifamily, which was approved by this board and by council the latter part of last year.
All of this. Building site requirements. But that already talks about carports.
And it has all your, just look in there, it has all your parking, it has all those minimum standards all in
Okay.
there.
I just want to make sure we weren't going to eliminate carports, because...
It's just, it's instead of having to put all that text in here, it's just cross-reference to that section.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. A lot to read there.
But you can see the types of things.
Okay.
You have roofs. Okay.
One thing I wanted to mention is that on the 2 or more cars, I think we need to strike out more cars and then have an additional space for each additional car. We don't want them doing a 20 by 20 3-car.
Right.
That's just a Scribner's error. But it says 2 or more cars, 20 by 20.
If I could make a comment,
I think
Mr.
just crossing
Chair.
over more cars. You need that 3-car garage size. 3 or more. Or you should be saying every additional car must be...
Then we need
Show her that.
what would be the minimum
We'll come up with that. I don't know. That was
They are building
Yeah.
a lot of three-car,
Yes.
four-car garages. So, every additional car must be at least.
In many cases, they're building a two-car and then a one-car to make it three-car. It's not that there's...
One door here.
Or they're making it a
really big
two-car with
door.
a golf cart.
Yeah, I call it golf cart or motorcycle.
You're just dealing now with some minimum requirement in order to deal with storage and cars.
No. This is comprehensive code change that addressed all multifamily development.
We're talking about
Section 30-208.
We're talking about 3.
No, Dick's right.
We're just talking about number 3 here.
Yes.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm talking about 2.
Well, I'm talking about 3.
Okay, well, under...
2 comes before 3.
I want to go back then to 2 if we can, briefly.
Yes.
Because I think that lays out the precedent that you guys are following up with number 3.
Okay, so back to the compliance for all your multifamily district regulations. At a minimum, it says section 30-208 shall apply.
Right.
So your comments are in regards to this.
Yeah, and my concern is very strongly and real seriously, I have tremendous concern about including these requirements in the PUD code. The whole idea in a PUD is that you have flexibility and that you write with a very detailed pencil from the sketch plan through the master plan through the site plan. You address all of these issues that were addressed by 30-208. And the reason that code had to be created was the code hadn't been revised for a very long time and there were not adequate standards in the R3 code of the City of Homestead, which you're entitled to. If you have property that meets the criteria, you're entitled to go out and build that without, the Planning and Zoning Board of the City Council weighing into that process. The PUD process is designed to be different. It's designed for there to be a benefit. And all of this other criteria, 35% open space, recreational amenities, the lake stuff that we just talked about, all of that, that's not required by the R3 code, but it's in the PUD code. It's in the PUD code so that you can address these other items without being so strict. And to be honest, if you include 30-208, another PUD will not be built in the City of Homestead because you can't meet all of the other PUD requirements and these other requirements which are odorous. You just can't do that. You wouldn't be able to build a product and deliver it and sell it in the city.
This is a give and take.
No, this is a take, and then take some more. This is saying we really don't like a PUD, we don't want mixed-use development, we don't want to see it anymore here in the City of Homestead. That's in my opinion. That's a very strong and bold statement should you choose to adopt this code as part of your PUD code. And I know that in number 3, it specifically addresses attached storage areas in our garage. I think it's a great idea. Charles and I have been working for the last 6 months on, longer than that, 2 years, on a product-by-product storage space that he feels comfortable with and that we can build as builders. And that's the kind of discussions you want in the PUD. You don't want it to be a concrete separate structure within so many feet from your front door that has to be built. I mean, it gets ridiculous. You can't, it creates something that can't be built and delivered in the market today, or in any market. So I want to make that bold statement here on the record for you guys to think about. We'll follow it up in our comments. And, even if there was one council person that felt strongly that no more condos or townhomes needed to be built in the City of Homestead, that's probably not the position of at least 4 or 5 or 6 of the others. And I don't think it's your position either as a board. So I would encourage you not to do that. Thank you.
And while you're on, if you're talking about 3 also, first of all, on the one-car garage, we think that should be a 10 by 20 foot garage. That's a standard one-car garage. I don't know why you, as a minimum requirement, put 12 in there. And secondly, what you're doing is for all townhouses and single-family homes, you're making a requirement of garage, which is not a bad thing. I mean, I'm not arguing that point. But then the second part, for condos, that's what a PUD is, and we preach all this for years, about the diversity of the types of units, and a wide range of units attracting a wide range of buyers with a wide range of prices, from very expensive single-family homes to less expensive starter condominiums. An 8 by 10 on a condominium project, 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot, 1,100 square foot condominium, to require another 80 square feet of outside access storage. That's a huge area, and it's a huge expense. First of all, 80 square feet, the more storage you need is really determined by how big your family is. And 80 square feet may be something that a family may need, but on a condo, maybe something like 40 square feet would be more appropriate. And whether it's exterior access or interior access, what difference does that make in the context of a condo? You're not storing lawn equipment.
Mr. Copeland, let me tell you, over on the condos over there in Waterstone that have no storage, guess where they put their shutters?
Okay.
They're attaching them to the outside walls. Do you know what we're already seeing? They're sliding all over the place. They didn't even make covers for them at the same color as the building.
So they can be stored inside, and they can be stored in 40 feet. 40 feet?
Patio?
A 4 by 10 foot area would store everything that a young couple owns just about. That's a huge area.
I'm saying, because you had no storage, now we're seeing over where they actually had to put the shutters.
Let me just...
Have you seen them over there?
No.
They're sliding all over the place.
Well, you know what? That shouldn't be permitted by code. Adopt a code that you can't leave those things up beyond a certain amount.
No. They're up against the walls is how they were attached to the buildings, and so they're silver against the buildings, and now that they use them, they put them back up, the people have not, they're not even straight, they're sliding all over the place. You didn't require to have a case to close them up. So you need a little storage that's
throwing out
outside.
the baby with the bathwater, then. If that's your issue, you can address it some other way.
40 square feet is okay? You want me to change the number?
Well, I'll tell you, 80 square feet is way, way more.
The urban designer can vary storage by 50%.
Okay. And where do you see that in there?
It's under the urban designer's administrative variance capabilities in section 30.
That's already in the code?
It's already in the code. When the storage was brought in for the other areas, we included that in his administrative variance.
Now that you bring this up, the administrative variance, are you saying that we were looking at this PUD ordinance as a standalone, and we didn't see anything in this PUD, and Susan and I talked about this earlier, we didn't see anything in here that allowed any any fluctuation of these very strict standards? Are you saying that the administrative variance, the administrative process of the urban design reviewer still applies to everything in this ordinance?
I believe that is the intention. And now we could, I think it'd be better if we wrote it in something separately for PUDs. I don't have any issue with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not less than 40 square feet.
May I add something?
Excuse me, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roper. I want to go back to the comment that Tim made regarding section 30-208. And this addresses, in my opinion, not seeing a lot of these developments where we have a huge row of parking on either side, double-loaded, with the 24 feet in the middle, and then the buildings overlooking these parking areas. And I think that was the original intent in including this 3208 in there. As far as administrative variances, I would not want to be placed in the position to grant a variance to allow that other use where we have, if that's what this board doesn't really want to see on that side. So I think, like Tim was particularly correct in that these have a lot of design implications that can translate into building costs and to building and to the way the community is going to look. And there's a limit, I think, to what administrative variances should grant as far as the urban designer. There should be a limit because it can get stretched. So I want to go back to that and make particular emphasis on section 3208. Is that included as part of the administrative variances? because I would feel very uncomfortable if this decision had to be made regarding that. Now, changing sizes and making variations, I'm okay with, but I think there's got to be a floor, a minimum from where we depart, and please, Susan, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, as always, it can be what we want it to be. Now, I hear from Charles that we want both the regular administrative variance and the urban design administrative variance to be applicable to the PUD, or not?
Not necessarily. I think we need to come up with another mechanism. That, and maybe we have language in here to be flexible in the beginning, but then we've come in the back and...
Process to implement that.
Yeah, but...
That's not the AV process.
Right, I think so.
And what Alfredo's concern is, I guess, with regard to the multifamily product and PUDs, what does he do? Is that basically it?
But we'd be glad to put that on a list of the things to talk about with staff about how to provide flexibility, maybe at the discretion of the council, on these things. But we'll talk about that.
Add that to the bulleted list, and let's see, we're about 3/4 of the way through. Let's see if we can...
It's lunchtime, let's hurry up.
I know, we're all sitting here kind of like our stomachs are growling here.
Move the parking, 2 off-street parking spaces shall be provided for each dwelling unit. Such parking spaces may be provided for by either an attached garage or commonly owned and maintained covered off-street parking structure.
Can we stop there?
Such parking structure shall be... Let me just finish it. Such parking structure shall be constructed in the same manner and utilize similar architectural design elements and materials as the dwelling unit it is intended to serve and shall comply with the crime prevention sub-TED items. Each dwelling unit shall provide a minimum of 0.25 guest parking spaces. No parking space other than a guest parking space shall be more than 50 feet by the most direct pedestrian route from the door of the dwelling unit or structure containing the dwelling unit it is intended to serve.
Is this considered part of this crime prevention through environmental design, making sure?
No, it's yes, but yes and no. I mean, this wasn't written as an explanation of that. We were just saying that we use that, and then there's these other things. What we don't want, and the reason that's in there, the 50 feet, is we don't want somebody putting a parking facility over here in the building, half a mile down the road, and say, I can get my parking over there.
They're running through the rain in more than 50 feet.
Or walk through the dark to get there.
Groceries, those items.
Yeah, one of my concerns here was that minimum 0.25 gas park. I would really like to see that at least a half, 0.50, because people have gas sober, people have a third car, people have a teenager driving, and 25% means it would take 4 guest spots for 1 guest. That's a lot.
One of the items that we looked at there was also the addition of the garages, and now either storage or garages. Many people are going to choose to do garages. Then you have the driveway, and then you're going to have the
plucked from another place, or this is just a figure we come up with?
Yes.
Okay.
And the decorative paved connector shall run from the parking structure to the building as intended to service.
And how about adding the word attached garage or carports? Because we don't say carports anywhere.
Well, I guess...
It's defined in 30-208.
Yeah.
This is a further definition of 30-208, where it's defined as being like a completely separate, a Taj Mahal for your car that almost costs about 1/3 of what it costs to build a condo. That's why you don't see it defined here, because it's in 30-208. I think, correct me if I'm wrong.
I couldn't hear you. You weren't on mic, sir.
Mr. Sanchez, you had a comment?
No, Ms. Newman, if I understood your question correctly, I think what this says is that the parking spot cannot be more than 50 feet from the direct access, not necessarily 50 feet from the unit.
Direct access being what then?
Being a sidewalk to the unit, right?
That's the unit though, right?
No, 50 feet from the structure, from the door.
Oh, in case of the apartment, I gotcha. Okay. But within getting under cover of some kind, right? Okay. The door of the structure, okay. But would it be clearer if we put in there about either an attached garage or carport, and commonly owned, maintained, covered, or that's supposed to just be assumed?
Covered off-street.
Covered off-street structure would be assumed?
Do you mean to require every parking space, every required parking space, including guest parking space, to be covered? That's what it appears to, and the examples I have is certainly on multifamily, you're requiring every parking space to be covered, it appears. On single family, so in townhouses where you have a one-car garage in a townhouse, you have 2 1/4 parking spaces required. That you would have one car in the parking, you'd have one car in the garage, you'd have to have a covered parking space for the second and a covered parking space for the guest parking. Is it really your intention to require covered parking for every space?
No.
Then I'm misreading something. Please.
No, you're reading it correctly. We just
But maybe
we need some more clarification on that.
All right.
I just wanted to see your forehead turn up.
I'm thinking the guest parking doesn't have to be covered, but I think that something should be covered for a garage, and maybe even a carport is an option if we're not doing
Sure, but are you talking about...
If you're doing a condo, wouldn't you want to have a carport or something?
No.
No.
The answer is no. You wouldn't. In some cases you may, in some cases you may not. That's why you have a wide variety of different types of uses in buildings. You wouldn't normally have covered parking, except I've seen covered parking in separate structures in the middle of parking lots, but to have the entire parking covered structures on a multifamily development,
it's too much.
It's too much. It's too.
Maybe we say 50%.
No, I really think what you're doing here is you're taking away by these specific criteria. You're taking away the benefits of a PUD.
Mr. Coker, if you would write that down for me, maybe we could sit and talk about it.
You got it,
sir.
But I would like to see a little larger guest space requirement, like 0.5%, half of one per unit.
Okay, that's
very
significant.
That's a big time. You see,
yeah, but I'm just thinking the guests, they have to have 4 guest spots to get one guest.
You would have to have 4 units.
To get one whole spot. That's a lot. That's not a lot.
Are there any professional studies or national standards as to number of guest parking?
Yes. We'll look at those again. A lot of the codes require 1 per 4 units.
If we're looking at a development that doesn't have any carport or garage at all, like a condo, and you only have 2 spaces per unit, and it takes 4 to do another guest, that's not much space.
Unless it's a 1-bedroom unit.
Yeah.
They can still have 2 cars.
You have 150 units. That's a lot of guest parking because you're not everybody's going to use the guest parking at any one time.
In response to Mr. Jones's comment, several of the builders who I've had the pleasure to work with have done demographic studies, they've done focus group studies, they've done, all kinds of studies, and their parking design is representative of what actually is used and marketable, but beyond what's marketable, what's actually best for the community. And I think, Mr. Sanchez has certainly had some experience in designing adequate parking for residential uses. When you get into the condominium development, and I know it's been discussed quite a bit, you get younger people. There may be a 2-bedroom, 2-bath condominium where only one person lives and they only have 1 car, so they're not even using their second space that's available to them. So a lot of that has to be considered. Up until several years ago, the Naranja Lakes project, when it was considering redesign, they targeted a lot of those sales towards people who were going to come and work at an expanded Turkey Point nuclear power plant, and they assumed that a lot of those people would be single, or they'd be couples that only had 1 car. So a lot of thought process goes into that. You don't want to set a standard that's up here where you get a sea of parking. You just, you don't want to do that if you don't have to do that. You want to have green space, you want to have, you want to make it very functional, but not overkill with the parking. And I know that there are some areas that have perhaps been poorly designed as it relates to parking, but I know there have also been some areas that have been well designed, and I think your staff is well in tune now to what constitutes good design versus poor design. And I know that it seems like the right thing to do, but you may just be creating the asphalt, that no one is going to use. So just, think about that as you work to find these numbers.
Mr. Chairman, may I address Charles? Don't the county and the feds have a parking lot guideline that we go by, X amount of parking for ADA, X amount of, complex we go by?
For handicap, this will be exclusive of handicap.
Yeah, but if you make your parking,
you would have to provide for the guest parking the adequate percentage of ADA handicap spaces.
So when you go 2.5%, you're taking away a lot of land space here, I think.
I see.
Yeah, and those are much bigger spaces.
Those are much bigger spaces.
And looking back in retrospect, if we look at some of these developments that we've already approved and have gone through, if you take and count the number of spaces, maybe we could look back and see what do we have, how many handicap spaces, how many spaces, how many units.
For example,
maybe I should do 3 instead of 4, but I mean.
But for example, if we had a 100-unit development, you would need, according to what we wrote, 25 guest spaces, which is a lot of guest spaces.
That's a lot of guest spaces.
And
to include
independent of the required parking for the unit. So if you have 100 units, you would need basically 200 spaces for the units, according to the way it's written. And then additionally, you would need 25 spaces for guest parking. So you have, it's pretty generous. It should suffice, especially if you have a lot of one-bedroom units.
Yeah.
We're not doing one-bedroom units. How many one-bedroom units have you seen come through here?
Very, very few, but we're talking about apartments, if any. But still, 2 units, the standard practice is to provide 2 units for a 2-bedroom apartment unit, and it progressively increases if you have 3 bedrooms. But I think 0.25 is a good departing point for developments that are, say, 100 units. You want to have 25 parking spaces for guests, which is it's a lot of guests.
25 for guests plus how many for handicap?
Well, out of the 25, you're going to have to provide, and I don't have the code memorized, but I would say 1 space handicap out of the 25. I think it's 1 per 50, right? And it starts progressively going up. So out of the 25, you would have 1 handicap space. That is about 12 feet across, and it winds up being like 14 feet with a, I don't have it all memorized. Right, but that's you have to have 1 handicap space. So handicap's not going to be a big issue on the 0.25.
What Alfredo and you were talking about is a minimum that's
all they're going to do is give us a
sees
minimum.
a development that's entirely 4-bedroom. They understand
They're going to come to us and say, this is all that's required. This is why we're putting this in. And that's why I'm saying.
Well, no, because it's a PUD. We explicitly have the intention and the right to ask for more than more. It's just the baseline that we jump off from.
And that's why that clause in the very beginning that I read you is in there, that this has to be, let's see if I can find it.
The problem is that the existing PUD in the city, the one that everyone is familiar with, is a very weird kind of PUD. It really was a very regular zoning district, lots and lots of individual criteria. So that's what everybody's seen come through here over all the years.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, and I think I'm going back to what Charles said, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, Charles. Even the parking requirement for the covered parking, what we're seeing and what we've reviewed in the past few years is quite boring. Everything's the same. You get the typical, 2-story with the parking up front. Why can't we have, height limits are 150 feet? Why can't we have a condominium development that looks at, independent of the market, and we have to look at the market, has 4 stories high, has maybe 30-40% covered parking, creates a better pedestrian environment. So we start getting into that kind of development, and we have a certain amount of leeway to be able to deal with that. Right. And I wouldn't mind changing and having administrative variances if I saw that coming through. But if I have to see continually the same thing, the 60 feet wide with a 24-foot drive lane and then apartments on both sides, well, you know what? Let's be a little more severe on that. And I think the whole intent of the PUD ordinance is to start creating some variety within Homestead, start creating more of a not aggressive, but more of a creative spirit in the development of these projects. And I think that's the basic intent on all of this, and there's room to negotiate and change.
And just a quick comment. Your name for Angel Road, 2214 Northwest 41st Avenue. Wouldn't it make sense to apply those parking requirements per bedroom as opposed to per unit? Because obviously there's different requirements if you got 2 bedrooms versus 4. So if you're going to give 2 parking spaces to a 2-bedroom and 2 parking spaces for a 4-bedroom, obviously you're going to run into a problem. Not only that, but if you got 4 people living in a unit, they're going to tend to probably have more visitors and need more guest parking. I mean, it just makes sense. I don't know how the law applies, etc.
What's your thought?
Usually codes address unit to parking.
This is a good idea.
Right, but really it makes no sense to require 4 parking spaces for a 4-bedroom unit.
No, but I'm saying is if you count bedrooms as total part of your development, and then you had a percentage of that for parking, that might make more sense than.
Yeah, I think I think we're dealing with statistical grounds here and probability and community makeup and a lot of other factors that I think are difficult to define very quickly. And I think perhaps it needs to be looked at and compare some other codes, see what they require.
Yeah, because not all 3 bedrooms will have 3 different people in them. It could be one person, a couple in the bedroom with 1 car, and the other one's a computer room and a sewing room, and that's it.
Right. So statistically, you have to make sure that.
Or they have 2 teenagers in that 3-bedroom. They all have cars, and those 4 cars.
Well, and Charles, when you all get these, they're not usually committing to a certain number of bedroom units, right? It doesn't come to us as this many 3-bedroom, this many 2-bedroom. It just comes to us as these are the models and who buys them. So that would make it hard to calculate the parking.
That is correct.
I just have 3 quick things on this, and then maybe we can move to something else. First, I want to say I think you need to trust your staff. Everyone's concerned about parking. I think they understand that, and I know we're going to recommend some language that we think will work. Secondarily, Ms. Newman mentioned 2 bedrooms, a lot of 2-bedroom stuff. I think that's a function of the change in the code requiring an increased square footage per unit. There's a minimum square footage standard where it just doesn't make sense to build a 1-bedroom unit at about 1,100 and some square feet. I think that's the number. If you're building something that size, it just makes sense to put in the extra wall because, marginal cost to throw up 2 extra walls. So that's why you see mostly 2-bedroom stuff as a minimum size, because that's a function of a prior code change. The other thing, Alfredo mentioned that we've seen a lot of the same old, and I've sensed this morning that your reaction has been to seeing a lot of the same old stuff. I can assure you, I understand what's happening with the available land left in Homestead. You will be seeing different products, simply because the acreage is not available to do, large, primarily residential PUDs. It's just not available. So because of that, at least that one thing, which I know is going to happen, you will be seeing differently configured planning and developments based on that. So I hope to see some changes along with that. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. LaPratt, if we could continue on with patios, terraces, and balconies and allow the rest.
Thank you. Well, one of the things I did want to say that we didn't have in the previous PUD code, and I read it in the beginning, it's the enhanced benefit required segment that says, they have to provide an enhanced benefit over other developments. Patios, terraces, and balconies, all ground floor units shall provide at least 150 square feet of patio or terrace living area, exclusive of parking and entryway areas. However, a front patio or terrace of at least 50 square feet may be counted towards this requirement. Units that are completely located on an upper floor shall have a minimum of 80 square feet of balcony area with a minimum depth of 4 feet. In the other general code, there is a requirement of the balconies being on townhouses as well as even if they have a patio, they're still required a balcony. If they have the patio, basically they don't have to have the balcony. It's only for the units that are second or floor above. Yes, sir.
Two things. This is the kind of design, not necessarily that patios and balconies are bad things, but these are the kind of design specificities that PUDs really weren't meant to accommodate. But secondly, if a balcony is something you all really want as a city, and you choose to put it in your PUD ordinance, an 80 square foot balcony for an apartment is just huge. I mean, you don't find that in condos on Las Olas. Yeah. I mean, that's a huge, huge balcony.
It doesn't all have to be one balcony.
Well, I understand, but those are large balconies, very large balconies. And designs of multifamily products might not be able to accommodate a balcony off the living room and a balcony off the...
It's only like an 8 by 10.
That's a huge balcony. I mean...
It's not huge. A patio table and 4 chairs and you're full.
We would be happy to work with you on the numbers if you would.
Yeah, definitely. That's a 4 by 20.
Or an 8 by 10.
You don't get an 8-foot balcony on a 1,100 square foot 2-bedroom condo, and that's what you're making them do. That is a huge, huge difference. All right, what comments?
Just keep in mind, the other day I rode through Monterey Point, which is income-restricted apartments, so we build with tax credits and things like that, and all of those units have balconies. Screened, too.
I bet they had about 4, 5 or 6.
You can't put a table...
I bet they were selling them for $500,000 a piece, or $400,000.
Actually, they're renting them to income-restricted people that nobody in this room could probably afford to rent there.
Where is this?
Monterey Point, it's on Maori. It's
I know where Monterey is.
Thank you. And all of the income-restricted apartments that were built.
We're not building for that market. Sorry.
Let me tell you,
my point was, I think if we provided for the low-income people, we should provide it for the high-income people as well.
I thought that stuff was...
And even an 8 by 10 patio is not that big.
But I don't have an issue working with you on the numbers. That's
Charles, because
again, I have to agree with Dick Coker, of course, but I also want to summarize again the same thing I've been saying. You're not giving credit for design. You're not giving credit for all of the other things that you get in the PUD. Here,
Tim, we're giving
requiring all of that.
That patio is being allowed to be 5% of your open space.
Yeah, but that still doesn't make any sense.
But that doesn't make up for having a cantilever at 8 by 10.
We'll take Charles up on his invitation to discuss.
The other thing is, I thought that was also, isn't that a repetition of 30-208?
If you would, but if you would, otherwise we'd be beating this dead horse.
Yeah, we're going to discuss that with you
this afternoon.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I think kills the viability of condos to be built in Homestead. Isn't that also covered under 30-208?
Patios.
I mean, isn't that a repetition of that same exact language? And that's again my concern. I want to take this language out and I also want to delete 30-208. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Let me ask Urban Design something.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm all for balconies or whatever and all that, but I mean, you're talking about 80 square feet. It means 8 feet that way.
You can't do it. You can't do it. I mean, I agree with what Mr. Roper and Tim are saying. 80 square feet might be a little bit too much.
Because, I mean, I've been in construction. I know it's too much. You have to do different structure design and.
I think the intent here.
And
when we discuss these,
You're saying if they have a front patio, they can have 50 square feet of that. So it's like a little back patio and a front porch entry area.
No, but
we're talking
about. But it says a balcony. No, but we have to actually. You have to understand that this is a pretty big process, and you spend like today we got burned out at the end. Usually this has been at the end of the discussions. The first question we had was regarding townhomes, and we've had some cases come through where we've been requiring to have balconies on the upper levels. It doesn't really make any sense on a townhome because because you have access to a ground floor patio. So we addressed that with that. I guess we didn't delve enough in the numbers, the 80 square feet.
Yeah.
And the 80 square feet is quite large for a small apartment. I think what you usually get is you get a typical sliding glass door, it's about 6 feet, a double leaf, and then you get about 6 inches.
6 feet wide.
Well, you get about 6 inches on each side.
Right.
And if we make them 4 feet wide, which the code says, you get 28 square feet.
Right.
I think probably we're looking at a minimum of 28 as a discussion point, and maybe even look at 56 if they're double-sided, or have 2 bedrooms. But also, I guess it goes also back to the code. The present code requires 2 means of egress out of every room. In some cases, some developers are using sliding glass doors in the balconies as a second means of egress. But I think we have to go back and as Charles said, just delve on that and get comments further on. I think 150 feet on the ground floor is not illogical. You get a typical townhome, 25 feet. And usually you have a patio 20 feet, so you usually get 500 square feet in that very easily. And out of that, having 150 feet with a patio is not that complicated.
I agree the 80 square feet, I think.
Well, they go all the way up, and that
for
says that you
balcony.
can cover for the bottom part too. So I think 80 square feet sounds great. Now you're getting me to change that.
We wrote that for you.
Thank you. I was thinking now it's covered for the downstairs unit. You can make money off of that.
I want to throw a scenario out. We've been very interested, I've been personally very interested in seeing a very different type of building. I know what Alfredo's talking about, and even though there are variations, it's a very similar product. I have a client who chose to do a brownstone-looking condo. They want very desperately to build that. I think that's very different. It's very urban, and I think something that we would all like, aesthetically pleasing. They want to do plazas along with the brownstones. They don't want to do balconies that will become, clothes drying racks for the neighbors. They want to do a stoop, a covered stoop with steps, like you drive along the streets in Boston and look at.
That's right.
But they said they could have a 50.
If you were to adopt this, and even some change and require balconies, they would not do that product, and the city would lose, because I love the brownstone. It looks really good.
Would it be a double stack unit?
Sorry?
Would it be a double stack unit?
Yes, there's a corner that has a high area and kind of a promenade and a circular kind of turret-looking thing, in keeping with some of the design in the historical area, where the corners have 3-story units.
Charlestown.
And I'm telling you, if you make these kind of stringent requirements, people will go, okay, well, where are we going next? That's the only point I'm making.
Okay. Let's see if we skip on to the non-residential uses and let the rest fall out during committee.
Yeah, non-resident. Every PUD shall have both residential and non-residential uses. If over 50% of the acreage is devoted to residential use, at least 25% of the acreage shall be non-residential. 20%. If over 50% of the acreage is devoted to non-residential use, at least 20% of the acreage shall be residential. If the proposed PUD separates uses on the site, the non-residential uses shall be situated and buffered so as not to detrimentally affect the residential uses. That's if you're not in an area where you're building, like residential above the commercial or mixing them in together, then they need to be adequately buffered and separated.
Now, this buffering, to include also like lights, if for example, we have a PUD that includes on the corner a commercial sector, a little commercial thing where they're going to put up lights for parking, are we talking about, would that be a detriment to the adjacent living units where you have these bright lights in the parking lot? Would that be taken into account?
Light spillage is always taken into account in other areas. Not in this code, but there is a requirement so people can't spill.
Okay, so it's covered somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Applicant proposes uses, developer or applicant shall propose land uses within the PUD. Staff shall review the compatibility of such land uses to ensure compliance with the intent, goals, and policies established for all PUDs, and recommend whether to approve the particular mix of uses in a particular PUD.
Okay.
Some flexibility we talked about.
That's where the flexibility
back to
comes
the
in.
staff.
That's where the flexibility
The
comes in.
authority for the director to do what he's supposed to.
Then we enter into prohibited uses. We do not have all those lists for you in PUDs, so we're still working on those uses.
But some of them were to include what you said, stick a junkyard in the center of a PUD.
Well, these would be just uses in general that could not be done in a PUD. And these are not, by any means, should be looked at by anybody except maybe the I3. There are some, we're going to have to come up with fairly specific use tables. And then possibly some buffering for certain uses, some other buffering requirements. I think Mr. Coker wants to say something.
The only thing I want to address on this is just the use of percentages between residential and non-residential. I think that limits the flexibility. I think the amount of residential versus non-residential is a PUD by PUD decision to be made by the developer and you all. And I think it's an unnecessary limitation. And just the language that every PUD shall contain a mix of residential and non-residential uses to accomplish the purpose of this ordinance.
But I think non-residential is, correct me if I'm wrong, non-residential is to include open spaces, lake, water features.
Doesn't include houses.
Excluding
residential
of the building
uses.
Can they do like a PUD, like office park, that would have no residential?
No.
It would have to have residential.
Under this, it would have to have residential.
So is an office park something that we haven't considered, that we would have no residential in?
What about if the second
It would
story?
be mixed, and this is a mixed-use category. That would be.
If they don't want to mix, then they just don't do a PUD.
I mean,
That's an excellent example.
There are other possibilities for planned development districts, and we've talked extensively with staff and held with you when we did the last workshop about you can have a planned commercial development.
Okay,
so the one that's here is designed to have some meaningful minimum of the alternative use.
So, Mr. Coker, what are you referring to then? You're referring to wanting more residential in this thing or less?
I think you should just eliminate the percentage requirements. You've got a requirement that the PUD contain both residential and non-residential. These percentage requirements, we believe, are unnecessary and should be evaluated on a PUD by PUD basis.
I think staff was responding to their experience under the existing zoning, PUD zoning, where developers tried to get really creative with what was a non-residential use. And they wanted to have something that was a meaningful non-residential use.
We wanted a floor.
That's a policy choice, whether you want to do that or not.
But again, you have the ability. You can say, we don't like that use. Period. And in your scenario of an office park, you might want to have a very small component of residential. A very small component will not meet the 20%. I'm sorry, where'd it go? 50%, 20% of the acres should be residential. It might only be 10. It might only be 5. And vice versa. You can have a mostly residential PUD with a very small but very important commercial component. And this code, you couldn't do it. So then what other land development regulation could you rely on?
But that non-residential does not say commercial.
No, I know, but I'm using that because I think that's where we're headed. I think we're going to see more, small commercial and maybe even larger commercial components being built in. And I think you'll see more of a 50-50 ratio. I think the Pioneer Park is a classic example where you may have 50% or 100% of the ground floor buildings around a plaza be commercial and 50% of it be residential, and you couldn't do that.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you could.
Yes, you can.
It could flip. It could be 20% residential or 20% non-residential.
Right.
Okay. Okay, well, if the number fell on one side of the 50% or the other, if it was 51% residential, then it wouldn't work.
No.
No, because if over 50%.
It's both ways. You could have a predominantly non-residential PUD that has only 20% residential, or you could have a predominantly residential PUD that has at least 20% non-residential.
And it's not
okay.
required
The way I read this, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Let's talk about this then, because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
50.
But the way I read this, it says if over 50% of the acreage is devoted to residential use, at least 20%. That's a minimum of 20%. Oh, okay. So it could be 50%. Okay.
It could be 30. It could be 40. It could be up to 50.
50% of the acreage is devoted to non-residential.
I mean, you can argue over 20, but that was the idea that staff...
Okay. So wait, so you're saying if less than 50% is residential, there's no requirement for the others, for the other percentage?
The concept is that you don't have a single-use PUD. That, looking at it, there are two types of uses, residential and non-residential. If you choose to emphasize one, you have to have at least 20% of the other.
And if you emphasize the other, you have to
And then you flip it.
Okay. This may not be as bad as I thought, but you still should get rid of the percentage.
I don't think it is, and if you look at it mathematically, if you have a 20-acre PUD,
right,
and it's predominantly residential,
right,
4 acres of it has to be something else.
Right.
Minimum.
I don't think that that's onerous in any way.
That's not that bad. It's just when you get into the smaller pieces, and I'm always thinking out, I'm thinking about the 7.5 acre.
5 acre parks. If you've got a 5 acre, it's only 1 acre. It's not.
Okay, as long as they have the flexibility to define it, then that's fine.
But if you think about it, let's say we go to the absolute bottom 5 acre PUD.
He's thinking about what left.
It's 1 acre.
We gotta get it done.
You would have a hard time doing your commercial venture with parking on less than that anyway. So, that's, and if you do any recreational areas or anything.
I could do a 1 acre park and meet your criteria.
Okay. I mean, if y'all have some further comments about that, we'll take them. But we were trying to do a threshold that could work for
Yeah, this is not in stone, because we're going to see this again, right, Charles?
Let's see.
Yeah. Nothing here is in stone. That's why I say that's why I want the written comments from them so we can better incorporate them.
Move through this and everybody reserve your comments for the bulleted list later so that we can get out of here in time.
You'll see we got in depth about hotels. I don't know that I need to go through every one of those unless.
I just had a curious question about what about B&Bs or extended stay motels? Would that be included in these?
If you want to include B&B, I guess we could look at that. PUDs don't traditionally include B&Bs. I guess they could.
Or what about
look at downtown
hotel or something?
One of those inns where you've got...
like the ones that you can stay there for a month, like, was it the Radisson?
That would be considered a hotel.
Hotel.
Yeah, it's still
it's extended stay.
Right.
Hotel.
Okay. But we can look at including B&Bs in there, especially as we get to the historic area, those
Make a little note.
Yeah.
B&B in a residential area would not be an impossible thing.
We want to make sure that not everybody on the block can open up a B&B. That's one of the things we'd have to watch out for. Yeah. And the reason we went into detail about the hotels is they are traffic generating.
Sure. But I would think a B&B in a residential part, and then the commercial part of it would be very acceptable.
And then we get into accessory use structure. Any use, building, or structure permitted as an accessory use in any other district of this code shall be permitted as an accessory use in a PUD. Shed, those type of things. Building design standards, the exterior colors of the building's trim, shall follow Chapter 32. That's our paint standard. Land use and design regulations, maximum density and intensity, the comprehensive plan land use designation shall govern the maximum density permitted. Maximum height of structures. In order to promote flexibility and layout design of a PUD, the applicant shall propose a master plan submission, appropriate height dimensions for all structures, which shall not exceed 150 feet. City Council, I'm sorry?
Is that 3 stories?
No, ma'am.
How many stories?
That's about 15 stories.
15 stories?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and that number, want to work with that number, let me know.
Depending on the sea level,
But we went to the maximum that is currently allowed. So, again, there are no residential structures currently in this city allowed to go over 3 stories.
Well,
36 feet or 3 stories. There are, under current code, without a variance, they can't.
so we're saying that we would look at a 15-story building.
Commercial under current code, except within a PUD, is capped at 70 feet. When the hospital came in, we allowed PUDs to go to 150 on commercial. As we look at smaller land supplies, is it better in certain areas, especially when you get downtown, to go taller to allow for more open area surrounding that property, those type of things?
In the downtown mixed-use type designation, or is that anywhere they're going to be able to?
I think it should be up to the discretion. of this group and the council and staff, and as we look
But
at, yes.
at the moment, it's a zoning criteria that it would only apply to a PUD zoning district. You could
That's
choose
correct.
to do it more broadly.
And they would have to do a PUD to get to it.
But the height really has very little meaning without the density behind it. So you can allow 15 stories, and if you have the density, it's meaningless. It has no...
So is that an unrealistic number, should be a smaller number?
Well...
I think in the spirit of PUD, you want to set these very kind of minimum edges and then let the applicant and staff work with and bring to you what works, you know, a unique kind of product that they can argue is better for everybody.
And let me finish the sentence, and then I think that'll... The city council, upon recommendation of the planning and zoning board, shall determine the appropriate height limitations for each individual PUD.
Right.
Okay? After considering the character of the surrounding area, the character of the proposed development, and consistency with the city's comprehensive plan.
There you go.
And that I think, like we said, we wanted flexibility, we give this big cap, but you have the ability to say, no, you can only go to 10 feet. I mean, you know, basically. Minimum lot dimensions in order to promote flexibility in layout and design of a PUD. Applicant shall propose a master plan submission, appropriate minimum lot dimension, at master plan submission, appropriate minimum lot dimensions. The city council, upon recommendation of planning and zoning board, shall determine the minimum lot size, lot width, and lot depth. The average, I want everybody to understand what we're doing here. There is no minimum lot size anymore. That goes away. Except for what I'll read in a moment, but
No minimum lot size at all?
Council will determine the minimum lot size, lot width, and lot depth as recommended by this board and by staff. That gives us, again, that flexibility that everybody over here has been looking for, and we've been looking for, and it allows us... Do you have any complaints on that issue? I didn't think so. There's a cap. The average residential lot size shall not be reduced by more than 25% of the required minimum lot sizes provided for within residential zoning districts within Chapter 30.
So that's where they... What's the minimum lot size in Chapter 30 currently?
Depends on your... That's the entire zoning code. So if you got R1, it's a minimum of 7,500 square feet, not 25% off of that. For example, an 8,000 square foot lot may not be reduced below 6,000 square feet. We don't really have a requirement for 8,000, so if let me...
7,500 would be that 6,250.
Yeah, we should do it as 7,500.
Is that like 6,250, isn't it?
No, it's more.
Well, you have no more 50-foot product then.
No, it'd be 5,000.
1675.
Or 36-foot product.
6 product in the south with this.
Well, 8,000 comes into 6,000.
So what do they do with all the 30-foot lots in the south?
It would be 7,500 would take you to 5625. It's the entire, I'll answer your question.
Okay.
It's the entire Chapter 30. There is a cluster home designation, so you would look at the cluster home.
What's the minimum square footage that's allowed in Chapter 30?
Oh, overall?
Is it 3,600 square feet?
Probably the clusters or the townhomes, maybe?
Townhomes, well, it depends. On single family, it would be cluster homes.
That's 3,600 square feet?
You've been coming to us with 3,600 square foot lots.
Right, a few pods, yeah.
I would say to you, while this says that you could have 25% off of the minimum allowed in Chapter 30, I don't want to see that.
My only concern with, I think it's a great step in the right direction. I think you're doing the right thing. As long as you set a minimum, and nobody will probably go to the minimum. But I'm concerned because I know the lot sizes of, Western Homestead, and Southwestern Homestead, and Northwestern Homestead, even some of Northeastern Homestead, which is a great spot. If somebody would assemble some of that property and do, a PUD, which is, what we're talking about is PUD stuff, I see easily, 4,000 square foot lots, maybe even some 3,600, 3,500 square foot lots. There's some twin homes maybe, stuff like that, using the alleys in the back instead of the front. I mean, there are a lot of alleys through that whole section. So that's my only concern, and what you're saying is those are not prohibited by this adoption.
I don't think so. I think this gives us wide-ranging flexibility.
That's excellent. Great idea.
Good job. But remember, it is up to staff, this board, and council. It's not a right of any kind. So.
Okay.
But I will say that the predominant area of the southwest neighborhood of this city is platted with 25 by 100 square foot lots.
Yeah, 2,500. I was thinking there were 3,000.
Actually, we found some that were 25 by 50.
Wow. And the rest of this paragraph also says that the city also can move them closer to the center to not impact negatively on the adjacent area surrounding that PUD.
That is correct, and I'll continue. Minimum setbacks, and in order to promote, this is the part where all you are supposed to be standing up, and every time I read one of these you clap instead of yell at me like you have been before. In order to promote flexibility and allow design of a PUD, the applicant shall propose and the city shall approve appropriate minimum setbacks. Setbacks shall clearly conform to the land use compatibility and open space policies. Hold your applause to the end. Open space policies in the comprehensive plan shall be consistent with the standards set forth in the required minimum open space for residential areas of the PUD. Then this is a flexibility. It is up to staff, this board, and council to say yes or no.
And work with
them. Yes, so there is that give and take.
Good.
Minimum distance. Space between structures shall be required within a PUD. The appropriate distance between structures shall be approved by the city council, recommended by this board and staff. You can see where we're going with all of these. Accessibility. Every PUD shall have, you might not clap at this one, 2 pedestrian or vehicular accesses to a public street, either directly or via an approved private drive, pedestrian way, court, or other areas dedicated to public use or private use or common element guaranteeing access. Okay. Then we get into minimum unit size.
You almost got ahead without me. I think that's a great idea. I'm just concerned as we go to develop, infill lots and infill developments, that's going to take some extraordinary effort on the city's part maybe to create those connectivity corridors where we as private property owners can't do it. We can't make our neighbor.
I can tell you by what you brought up here, they had one single exit.
Exactly.
Where you have one on one side coming in and one on the other side, and you've got 2 already going out to the
right. Technically, but is that the intent?
Yes.
I think the intent is more to have one over here and one over here.
I will tell you that,
which I'm okay with that as a definition.
I would have preferred it to say not include pedestrian. Actually, I would prefer to say pedestrian and vehicular instead of pedestrian or vehicular.
Sure.
But there is an or in there, and we're still discussing that. I do. I know that but yeah, there is a change, so that's an and.
So and or?
No.
Just and?
Just and. It's pedestrian and vehicular, not pedestrian or vehicular.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
On number 6, the accessibility, I could recall some developments that purposely had one in-out, basically for security reasons. Now, would this prohibit something like that?
Yep.
Yes.
But all you would need to do is put in a sidewalk with a gate where people can walk out adjacent to or parallel.
Oh, you have to remove the and that they just put in.
We think
the thought is
that
for emergency services as well.
Yes.
They generally recommend 2 access points, right?
It's like 2 entrances to a room in case there's a fire. You have an alternate way of going out.
Now remember, this is
to vary that or to waive that.
Well, understand this says PUD. It doesn't say pod.
No, I know.
You gotta.
No, I know.
This is PUD. So if you create a whole PUD, what you referenced was particularly a pod. But if you have a whole PUD, it's got to get out and have more than 2 entrances and exits to that PUD.
Unless perhaps we start talking about some of these small PUDs that may be coming up.
I still think it can be done. I really do. I mean, if we take Pioneer Village, for example, and that was done, all they had to do was...
That's got 3 public streets that run through it. I mean, you can go 5, you know.
And on the western side, you have a lot more of that.
And on the western side of town, we have a complete grid, for the most part, a full and complete grid system in the city that can promote this.
Yeah, but there are areas between here and there. That's what I'm concerned about, the transitional areas between the big, the large residential type PUDs and those western areas on the west side of Chrome Avenue. Those are the areas that
and I understand that's your concern, but when we talk about let's say we go to a minimum of 20 units. So you're talking about a minimum of 20 acres. And so you're talking about a minimum of 120 units if you're low density.
Up to 200.
Potentially 200 if you're medium density.
It's not that many units.
I think it is.
No, come on, no. Okay. I mean, it depends on where it is and where it's coming out.
On one drive, it's tough.
No. I don't agree, but again, all I'm saying is, and I understand the intent, it's not a bad idea, it's a good idea. I just don't want to see us bottlenecked into not, that being a failing criteria for having a great project that meets everything else, and then it can't happen because, you don't have 2 access. That's all I'm saying, is have some flexibility.
Tim, I think we got direction, and we're going to work with staff, because it's a little ill-defined at this point, to come up with some kind of flexibility process.
Okay,
that would
so
apply
this
to
would
all
fall under that.
PUDs.
Great. Right.
That's what I heard earlier.
Right,
Please.
Good. Thank you.
Minimum unit size, the following minimum unit sizes requirements shall apply to the following residential units. That's what's existing in code now. Landscaping, this is the Mr. Jones clause. All landscaping shall exceed the requirements set forth within Chapter 29. Landscaping should be related to the general landscaping for the planning and development, practical and aesthetically functional. Planting materials should be used to accomplish the desired objectives of the PUD, be native to South Florida, and functionally appropriate for shade, shelter, height, and mass, texture, color, and form. Major areas should have distinctive planting schemes using unique types of trees, ground cover, and paving to give identity to these areas. A 25% minimum increase in size and/or maturity is required for all plant material used inside of a PUD. Is that kind of where you wanted to go with that?
That's good. A couple comments, maybe.
Okay.
I'm all in favor of native landscaping. However, there's lots of good species that aren't native. In fact, we're enjoying them all around the city even today.
Sure.
So perhaps emphasis on natives, but as I read it, it almost limits it.
We have a 30% requirement for native now. Maybe we do a 50-50 or something of that nature.
Was this language intended to not include such things as the peppers and the melaleucas?
Well, you can't plant those anyway.
But I'm saying, was this in?
No, that language was intended to use to promote the use of native species.
Strictly native.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And we can have some flexibility. There's no issue with that flexibility around it. I would like to see it more than 30%. That's our requirement now. But we can use it.
Sounds like a nice round number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Screening?
All right. Let me see. Screening all mechanical equipment, utility hardware, and waste storage areas, including but not limited to central refuse, trash, garbage collection containers, shall be properly landscaped or screened. It's pretty self-explanatory. Signs shall be permitted only in accordance with the approved sign plan. Such sign plans shall provide for effective sign controls on type, height, number, size, and location of all signs in the development, and shall be designated to minimize sign proliferation and maximize the architectural integrity of all signs into the development. I want everybody to understand this is not the street signs as required under Chapter 32, the decorative street signs. These are other type of signs, such as your entryway signs or commercial signs, those type of things. Underground utilities with the PUD, all utilities, including telephone, television, cable, electrical systems, shall be installed underground. Primary facilities providing service to or passing through the site may be exempted from this requirement. Large transformers shall be placed on the ground and contained within pad mounts, enclosures, or vaults. A developer or private utility shall provide adequate landscaping with shrubs and plants to screen all utility facilities permitted above ground except for city electrical substations. So, that's it.
Okay. Can we make a note on number 10 that the sign plan can be included in either site plan or in the landscaping plan, or whatever you guys prefer?
I'd prefer it wasn't.
A separate signage plan?
It's a sheet. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't want to see something drawn on the landscape and then something drawn on the site and they not match up, because I've seen that in the past. So we have one sheet for the signage.
So everybody be aware this is in the pipeline, and any comments, please direct them to Mr. Pratt.
We didn't, like I said, we didn't write down everything y'all said, so just give it to him bullets so we have something to go by. I don't want to leave anything out.
That you might come up with, communicate it to him.
Charles, before we run away,
The staff's going to get 3 or 4 different versions, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
I want to thank all of you for staying. Thank you very much.
Thank
number 11, Charles, before, number 11, Charles, are we supposed to have some kind of fence or barricade around our utility system there? I mean, transformers? Screen or something, I don't see that in there, something like that? Preventing access to young kids or something like that?
Well, everything has to be
camouflage,
screening, all mechanical equipment, utility hardware. If you go up to 9, mechanical equipment and utility hardware has to be screened.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's handled there.
That's handled there, okay.
All right.
I'm trying to cut down on words, but yeah, that was...
Okay.
The only thing I have a comment on is that there wasn't anything really language about clustering, and we had that one little thing about cluster, but I really would like to have some language in there about the type of clustering that we've been asking for, not the cluster that we've been seeing.
Something more specific?
Something more specific about types of clustering that could be allowed in those lots.
Well...
What we think is more of a true cluster idea.
Okay.
As Mr. Jones has often...
Well, one of the things, like I said, that we felt that we could hand... That we
and
have
also maybe some thing about lot design, where we don't have to see a 36 by 100 foot, where it could be a 100 by 36, where it's wide and not as long. So I don't know if there's anything of language we'd like to see that too.
Well, again, one of the things that we put in here to address those was just the fact that you don't get those until everybody's happy.
I know, but I think if somehow we can let them know that we'd like to see more of a true cluster style with those smaller lots, with short streets and cul-de-sacs and more pie-shaped or whatever. So, it doesn't have to be a 36 by 100. It could be, it could be 20 in the front and up to the back or whatever.
Sure.
Go the other way around.
That's one thing we'd love to see is actually wider and less deep lots.
Wider would be better than you have the space between the houses.
But then they complain because they have to put in more roads.
Wider roads is the other thing.
I don't think we've got any business from the CRA.
No.
Charles has had a requirement for wider roads. Julio Brea and Charles Pratt worked together to establish a wider criteria just in the last 3 months for private roads. So I don't know, Charles, you may want to say something about that.
Yeah, it's just not written. Now that we have this, we have the flexibility to request it, but we have requested that they go to 11-foot lanes on private roads instead of 10-foot lanes. That adds an extra 2 feet.
Any business from the city attorney?
No.
Any business from any of the board members?
No.
If not, meeting's adjourned.
I want to see the light at the end of the tunnel. So I want to see.
Unfortunately, then we have to So, I think we can manage next week to have I hear my stuff done tonight. If you can be here, great. There's a guy that has worked with Homestead who is a former council person who I think he has to do something. Because he can cover all of those little bases that I don't. You just have to be here in those people's spaces.
Thank you for the donuts, that was nice.
Next time we're definitely bringing them out.
One of the things is, I know that because of I forgot the impression that we want to slow things down and give us that's one of the things. The other thing is, the big dog in town, M&H Homestead, they have to feed. They have all of their equipment. It's just a process that has to get from here on. And because they're vested in the FDR, this shit. So that's another part of this. Now, I've worked to get Lewis Weezy also to the shop. And the nation's got Lewis has a 40 acre. I'm going to reach out to the auditors and social group because they have a piece of property that obviously can't get for people. And some of these changes eliminate the value of the property. And they should be against the value of the property. So that's an angle of question to help us. Make this a little easier. But aside from that, it's just giving our comments to the council people and giving them some, brushing them up and giving them some talking points to go on. We can't do that. If somebody from the audience comes and says, well, they need to be able to it's about 3 months, maybe?
Oh, no, but then she said 6 months to a year.
No.
That's if you have to go through the whole thing. But we just want to where are we at with the comments? Do we know when the comments?
Nobody's keeping me in the loop on that at all. And I've told the city I'm right there. I can be in town. There's no reason why I can't babysit. They're putting out the fires that spring and there's nobody looking at it. I don't know.
What about just asking Charles?
What's that?
You have to write a letter intending to know it's been through DRC already? No, you don't have to bring the plan back?
You get a different kind of license.
The office building section?
No, the town staff should. It's already been to DRC like 3 months ago.
Okay, so I can just resubmit that separately.
Right.
And it's, okay.
So you can just bring the plans back over and then submit. I got ready to review it last week.
Tell them I lied to you.
I just told her back.